Good morning, colleagues. You're all too quiet this morning. Peace.
Morning. Morning, Member Msimang.
We're analyzing election results, Member Msimang. We're busy, we're analyzing.
We are mobilizing.
Morning, members.
How are you, colleagues?
It's good to see all of you again. Been a while.
Yeah. Principal, you can say mask.
He's sitting in the fake class. Oh, the speaker.
No, he's in a classroom. He's in a classroom, so.
Where we're born at classroom and window so Nacho.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me take this opportunity to request all of you to stand up to observe a moment of silent prayer and meditation. Thank you. We may be seated. May all be seated. Thank you, colleagues. Let me take this opportunity to greet our Honorable Premier, members of the Executive Council, Chief Whip, leaders of political parties, members of the Provincial Legislature, citizens of Gauteng, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for me to preside over the meeting after a month-long recess, wherein all honorable members were busy with the elections. I also wish to take this opportunity to thank all of you for your conduct during the election campaign. You really contributed in making our elections free and fair. I know that many of you were busy, but let me also thank all presiding officers because during that period we had some meetings in between and it was not easy, but they really put their time and efforts to ensure that they meet, including the Chief Whip, because Chief Whip from time to time were to call you for other engagements. But thank you very much, and thank you very much to all of you colleagues. Thank you. We have received the following apologies: Honorable Premier, Honorable Nell, Honorable Bosch, and Honorable Moriarty, who requested to leave at 1 for an urgent meeting. The Deputy Speaker will also leave at 1 because of another engagement. But thank you very much. These are the only apologies that have been received by the office. Thank you. Honorable Nisi, we received a request that you want to make an announcement.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I can make an announcement, I've got an apology from member Azut Tangano.
Okay, is he not in the meeting or is he going to join late?
Yes, he's got a problem with all his gadgets. And then he had to take them back to IT offices.
Okay, we'll note that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, my announcement. Thank you, Madam Speaker and honorable members. I stand before you today to announce.
Honorable Nisi, before you continue, let me acknowledge Honorable Alberts, who has been raising his hand. Honorable Alberts.
Morning, Madam Speaker. Good morning, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I just want to make sure that Member Amanda De Lange, as apology, is also on record. She cannot make the meeting today, and I will also leave a little bit earlier today at 12 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll note that. Thank you. Honorable Minister, my apologies, you can continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and honorable members. I stand before you today to announce that the fastest growing political party, the Economic Freedom Fighters, will be hosting the Siyabonga rally to thank all the voters who took the decision to punish the ruling party by voting them out during the 2021 local elections. The venue for our Siyabonga rally will be in Tembisa, Winnie Mandela section on the 20th November at the Sekhukhune ground. Madam Speaker, can you please protect me?
We can't protect you on. This is not actually.
Are you a speaker? Are you a speaker
yes,
now?
I am. Yes.
Honorable, shut up, please. Shut up. Oh.
You must also shut up.
The venue for our Siyabonga rally will be in Tembisa, Winnie Mandela section on the 20th November at the Sekhukhune Sports Ground. We welcome everyone who would like to come and celebrate with us. And we also want to invite our colleagues here in the legislature to come and witness a true revolutionary party that has and will continue to center the poor and marginalized in our country. This is the Siyabonga rally that truly matters and has been blessed by the gods of Africa.
Honorable Nisi, you said it's an announcement. We heard the announcement.
Yes, it is an announcement, Madam Speaker.
Don't make a statement. It's an announcement. You have made
an announcement, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, can I request that?
Can I finish my announcement, Madam Speaker?
No, you finished. The announcement has been made. We know
that
there's
No, I didn't finish.
Honorable Nisi, I will switch off.
How do you know that I'm that?
But it's an announcement. You can't make a speech when you...
Madam Speaker, I get so face.
Honorable Nisi, I must make an announcement. Can you
This is the only Siyabonga rally that truly matters and has been blessed by the gods of Africa, because the EFF is the only party that has and can provide corruption-free and accessible municipalities and councillors.
This is a speech now. It's no more announcement.
That's the problem that I have. Members, if you don't attend workshops or even understand what is meant, please don't abuse the space. And I know that we miss each other. It's been long that we have not been talking to each other, but let's not abuse each other, please. Can I request that, Honorable Nisi? Thank you very much.
Members are in pain, Madam Speaker. They are in pain. How about relax,
please. Honorable Nisi, please. I don't expect that from you, please. We have not received any statements in terms of Rule 79 subsection. Honorable Mnisi and Honorable Malubane, please. Just spare me. I'm so tired. I don't want to vent, please. We have not received any MEC statement in terms of Rule 79 subsection 1. However, we have member statement in terms of Rule 81 subsection 1, starting with Honorable Mabala.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to say halala to the 8-year-old revolutionary leftist and radical movement for showing massive growth during the 2021 local government elections. The numbers do not lie. Unlike two others who showed unpopular support in those 2021 LGEs, the EFF received more than 10% of the votes, up from the 8% received in the 2016 elections. The other two dropped in numbers. I don't want to mention them. They know themselves. Of the three biggest political parties, we are the only party that registered growth. The once mighty liberation movement dropped to below 50%. It has been rendered irrelevant and rejected by the electorate for its dishonesty and thieving tendencies. It looks like Jesus has come back earlier than expected. For the first time since first LGEs in this country, they will be sitting on the opposition benches permanently in many municipalities around the country. Politics humble them big time. Madam Speaker, in all the provinces, indication are that the EFF is growing, and there is no question about that. All those who prematurely wrote the EFF's obituary 8 years ago, we would like to say to them, wait and see what will happen in 2024. We are building a revolutionary movement here, which when the time arrives, will definitely take power. It took the biggest liberation movement in Africa 82 years before taking power in South Africa. For us, it will not even be 12 years. Would like to say thank you to the residents of the 3 metros in Gauteng for ensuring that power is shared amongst parties and corruption is dealt with. We further extend our warm gratitude to the residents of Mogale City, Ranwe City, and Mfuleni for increasing the seat share of the EFF in these municipalities. I would like to thank the people of Gauteng who casted their votes despite the COVID-19 restrictions and made sure that the public purse is protected from the things. I thank you.
Honorable Hassan.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. In accordance with Rule 81, subsection 1, I, Honorable Fisia Hassan, table the following member statement on the election of our Speaker of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature as the CPA Africa Region Treasurer. The ANC congratulates Honorable Linteng Mehwe, the Speaker of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, on her election by the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association Africa Region as its Treasurer for the term ending in 2024. The CPA Africa Region has elected Honorable Mehwe in its 5-day 51st conference held in Nigeria under the theme African Parliamentarians and the Challenge of the COVID-19 pandemic. This is an affirmation of Honorable Mehwe's skills, qualities, and the style that has been demonstrated during her leadership tenure at the legislature over the past few years. The Gauteng Legislature is seen as a benchmark of oversight by many due to the diligence of ANC government leaders like the Speaker. As members of this august House, we are aware of Honorable Mehwe's track record in the legislative sector, and as such, we believe that this was the best decision by the CPA Africa Region. The election of Honorable Mehwe is indeed evidence of the quality of leadership of African women and that the commitment of the ANC and its government to open up opportunities for women in all sectors in advancing gender equality. This election further affirms that women continue to make their mark in the legislative sector field. And Honorable Speaker, we rally behind you and we will provide all the necessary support we'll need. We wish you very well on this new journey. You are indeed a model and example to this generation, to my generation, and to many, many more generations to come. Watindum Bafazi, Watindum Bogoto. Thank you.
Speaker.
Honorable Mabunda.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In accordance with Rule 81.1, I, Honorable Petros Mabunda, tables the following member statement on the exploitation of workers. COVID-19 pandemic hit us in 2020 and forced the government to take stringent measures to protect the lives of our people. While this was not an easy exercise due to the impact it will have on our economy, it was a necessary one. The actions taken were informed by the little information that was available about the virus at the time. Society was also forced to overhaul its approach to life and adapt to the new normal that came with the pandemic. Indeed, the impact is still felt in various aspects of our lives, particularly our economy, and this is the case throughout the world. Amid this, I rise here today, Madam Speaker, to highlight a trend that is threatening the lives of vulnerable workers, a trend that, if nothing is done to nip it in the bud, is likely to take us back to the dark days of cheap labor. Our history has taught us that cheap labor was always, and it is still synonymous with black labor. Some employers have seen COVID-19 pandemic as an opportunity to exploit and victimize workers. In our communities, workers are reporting that employers have, without following proper procedure, cut down salaries while making them work normal hours. Some domestic workers were asked to stay at home, never to be called back to work, while others were asked to work for half their salaries or resign. This is also happening in other fields. While it's a known fact that many companies have been hard hit by COVID-19, The same is true for employees. We therefore cannot allow the COVID-19 pandemic to be a scapegoat for employers in the exploitation of workers. An injury to one is an injury to all. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Masugu.
Good morning, everyone. I, Honorable Dr. B.E.W. Masuku, member of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, hereby serve a notice in terms of Rule 81, subsection 1 of my intention to make a statement to the House. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, members of the Executive Council, Chief Whip of the Majority Party, members of the Provincial Legislature, Gauteng citizens. Madam Speaker, yesterday marked 18 years since the passing of our comrade, leader, brother, a health activist, and the first Secretary General of the South African Student Congress, Dr. Khumutso Masebelanga. So, as we often would call him, was gunned down on the 15th of November 2003 at his grandmother's gravesite at Dogon Kop Cemetery in Soweto, and later was satisfied dead at Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital by his other brother, Dr. Gauteng Masebelanga, who was on duty on the day. Dr. Masebelanga was a selfless activist, a community worker who went out of his way to make difference to those in need, described by many as a revolutionary with a human face and a great servant for the working class. He dedicated doctor who had a keen interest in HIV and AIDS related community work, and at some point he was one of the only doctor running a hospice in Soweto until his brother, Dr. Gauteng, joined him. So, as played a key role in the formation of SASCO, was one of the leaders who was responsible for the merger of SANSCO, predominantly black student organization, and NUSAS, which was a predominantly white student organization. Perhaps the only flaw that those of us who are living can identify in late Secretary General's life was his undying support for Kaizer Chiefs. I guess no human being is perfect, even though Comrade Tso came very close. Madam Speaker, as we remember Dr. Khumutso Masebelanga, let me also highlight that November is a global recognized as a Men's Health Awareness Month, which draws an attention to prostate cancer, testicular cancer, mental health, and suicide prevention. This month, men all over the world will be growing their mustache for 30 days as part of November campaign to raise funds for various men's health causes. Madam Speaker, today I would like to talk specifically about men's health, men's mental health. It has been reported that men commit 70% of suicide, with suicide being one of the leading causes of death among men under 35. Men are less likely to speak out and seek help for psychological therapies. One of the main reasons that depression and mental illness in general are undermined or ignored by men is due to the big stigma attached to mental health. In our communities, many people see depression as a weakness, and as a result, many men are reluctant to come forward for help. We must defeat the stigma. We must change the narrative that says boys do not cry, man up, or take it like a man. As a man, we need to end the stigma and break the silence. Long live the revolutionary spirit of Dr. Khumutso Masebelanga. Long live. I thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. That concludes member statement in terms of Rule 81, subsection 1. I now wish to call upon our honorable Chief Whip to present a motion without notice in terms of Rule 120. Chief Whip.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. I, Member Mkhumalo, Chief Whip, hereby takes the following tables the following motion in terms of Rule 121 read together with Rule 117 as follows. Noting that the Oversight Committee on the Premier's Office and the Legislature Focus Intervention Study reports on the Gauteng Provincial Legislature and on the Office of the Premier are programmed for the House sitting of Tuesday, 16 November 2021. Further noting that the above report has not been finalized therefore request that the House resolve to remove the OCPOL Focus Intervention Study report on the Gauteng Provincial Legislature and on the Office of the Premier from the orders. Madam Speaker, I am not very sure that how are we going to deal with this one, because I was informed now that member Bones Modise was supposed to present the report on DID, who is for a reason beyond this control is not able to be with us in this meeting. So I'm just raising it for you to note it so that we can work out something going forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, Chief, in the meantime, I will allow you to consult and we'll deal with that separately. For now, let's deal with the one for OCPOL, because even if we were to deal with it, I think we need to present it properly. And I think the procedural team should be able to work with you and finalize. But thank you very much for the motion. Any seconder to the motion?
I second.
Thank you. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes.
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 All
Yes,
not in favor.
Speaker.
No. All not in favor say no. The yes of it, the motion is adopted by the House. We're now dealing with the notice in terms of Rule 121. I would like to check if is there a member who wants to present a motion or to give a notice of a motion. If none, thank you very much. Can we therefore go to questions for oral reply to the executive in terms of Rule 134? Starting with Honorable Mabala, a question to MEC for Health.
Okay, let me fix that.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. With regards to the two ladies who have been working as temporary cleaners since 2008 at Badirile Clinic in Brandfrey in the West Rand, will the MEC please indicate, number one, given that these temporary employees have personal numbers, why is it so difficult for the department to employ them on a permanent basis with full benefits? Number two, why is the department failing to employ these two ladies who have been working at the clinic for more than a decade and any other cleaners in the Gauteng Department of Health institutions in the province on a full-time basis? And number three, is there any plan put in place that the department has set aside to employ all temporary cleaners across the province on a permanent basis, the same way it did with community healthcare workers? Thank you.
Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and greetings to honorable members on the call. Thank you very much, Honorable Mabala, for the questions. Response to question one. The ladies in question were appointed by Ritsochile, an outsourced cleaning company contracted by the department. The contract between Ritsochile and the department ended in 2015. The two ladies and other cleaners from Ritsochile were subsequently put under the EPWP. They were registered on Persal in 2019. Response to question two. Posts as and when they become vacant are being advertised through GPSA, Gauteng Online, and placed in all facilities for interested candidates to apply. Appointments are not automatic, as recruitment and selection processes need to be followed. Response to question three. There is a plan that was approved by the executive in 2019, subject to the availability of budget from Treasury Department. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Any supplementary question, Honorable Mabala, or a short remark?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable MEC, you know, I find it a very difficult that the department is failing to employ these people on a full-time basis, and yet you say they are employed through EPWP. I'm sure we all know that EPWP it's just another scam of employing people on a contract basis or on a part-time basis so that they don't have to be given all the benefits that they deserve. You know, as the EFF, you would know very well that we fight for the dignity of our Black people. And going forward, I will advise your department to review all the cleaners, including the security guards in both clinics and hospitals, that they're employed and at a full-time basis so that their dignity can be restored. Thank you very much.
Any comments, Honorable Dr. Mokgethi?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I think I did make mention that there is a plan that was approved by the executive. And in that plan, it has resolved that the insourcing of security and cleaning services must be done in phases. And as I'm saying, we are dependent on the budget. That process will be unfolding, I think, before the end of the financial year, implementing the resolution of the EXCO in making sure that that is realized. In terms of the EPWP, it's a national policy that as a province, we can't even change it, even if we wanted to. Thank you very much.
Next question, Honorable Hoffman to MEC for Community Safety.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. During June-July 2021, we have seen numerous attacks on shopping centres and other infrastructure. Within this time, many ailments within the SAPS have been exposed. A lack of POPs members, a lack of training for station first responders, a lack of safety equipment for SAPS members, including but not limited to medical kits, fire equipment and vehicles. With the above mentioned in mind, the members on the ground are put at risk due to procurement issues and leadership issues. In terms of the normal employment conditions for members, it is imperative that SAPS be held to a better standard where the police officers' lives is at risk. This prompted the following questions. Can the MEC indicate how many Gauteng members have SAPS issued? How many bulletproof vests have SAPS issued? How many torches have SAPS issued? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable MEC. Honorable MEC Mazibuko. Okay, can we in the meantime pass while we're checking what's happening with Honorable Mazibuko? Our apologies, Honorable Hoffman. The next question again is Honorable Hoffman to Honorable MEC for Economic Development, Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic and related lockdown levels implemented by the President of the Republic of South Africa, the liquor trade has over the past 18 months suffered immense financial constraints, and various liquor stores, restaurants have been forced to close their doors permanently. The electronic online liquor application process for new applications that was implemented by the Gauteng Liquor Board previously had a turnaround time of approximately 3 to 4 months for the Liquor Board to consider an application, conduct a final inspection of the premises where necessary, and table the report to the Liquor Board for final approval. The current state of affairs has now deteriorated to an all-time low, and presently new license applications can take longer than 12 months from final inspection for the license to be issued. In certain instances, it has taken longer than 6 to 8 weeks from payment of license activation fees for issuances of the final license. A straightforward request for obtaining a duplicate license takes anything from 9 to 12 months. With the above background and the fact that businesses should be in Stavins are negatively impacted, This prompted the following questions. Can the MEC indicate if there could be an auditor's report on all outstanding applications, reason for the backlog since 2019 and prior? If there is a special procedure to attend to the backlog, what the legal costs have been with regards to legal action by applicants and or intern relief by the courts. If the MEC would be willing to meet with applicants, consultants, attorneys to plan a way forward, and if so, what date? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. With regards to the question on the auditor's report, there is currently no auditor's report at the Gauteng Liquor Board dealing with the backlog. With regards to the backlog prior to 2019, I can confirm that there was no backlog in 2019 or prior. However, due to COVID-19, there was a backlog attributed to the total shutdown, and the board is doing its utmost to eradicate the backlog. Are there any special procedures in place? I can confirm that the board has been sitting more often than normal days and has met throughout the lockdown period through virtual meetings as part of responding to the backlog. Furthermore, the entity has kept its offices open and services to the clients have been opened through various adjusted levels to minimize the backlog. The legal costs incurred have reached 12,000 rand so far, and are we prepared to meet with stakeholders? Certainly, we are prepared to meet with stakeholders, and we have been engaging with various stakeholders along the way, and the department will be willing to schedule these meetings with all the stakeholders indicated on dates that would be convenient to everyone. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Do you have any supplementary question or short remark, Honorable Hoffman?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. No, I'm covered, and I will definitely take the MEC up on inviting all stakeholders with the department. Thank you very much, Speaker. Thank you very much, MEC. I appreciate the answers.
Honorable Ghana.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. In terms of Rule 74, I'd like to ask a follow-up question to the MEC. So I want to know, MEC, and thanks for the response.
Whoa, Honorable Ghana. Rule 74. It's not applicable to this question.
It's just the quotation of the rule, Madam Speaker, but I do like to ask a follow-up question.
You have rusted.
Honorable Ghana, please go consult your rules book. I'm not going to allow that. Thank you very much. Can you go to the next item, Honorable Du Plessis, to MEC for information.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Can I please ask the following question? Regarding Hoërskool Riebeeck Randfontein, could the MEC please indicate, is the department aware of the extra classrooms that Hoërskool Riebeeck Rand has applied for? Is the department aware that this application was already done in May of this year? Is the department aware of the fact that the additional classrooms were approved? Is the department aware of the fact that nothing has been done up to date to facilitate these classrooms? And that no extra facilities were allocated, but already an additional amount of 150 extra learners were allocated to the school? And how will those learners be accommodated? Thank you.
Honorable MEC. Honorable MEC Lesufi, I know that you were in a meeting. Honorable Lesufi, can somebody check what's happening to Honorable MEC Lesufi and Honorable Mazibuko?
They are avoiding questions.
Madam Speaker, can I ask for a follow-up?
Let's no, of course, follow up. Let's wait for somebody's checking the Honorable MEC. I know that he's connected.
Madam Speaker, he will be connecting very soon.
I'm connecting, Madam Speaker.
Okay. I'm sure you heard the question from Honorable du Plessis.
Thanks. I'll come back to you, Premier.
You're in 2 meetings.
Apologies, Madam Speaker. There's something related, to a funeral that we needed concurrency from the Premier. So my apologies to the House. Thanks, Madam Speaker, and thanks for the question. Regarding World School Rebbe Grant in Randfontein, the question was whether this school will get extra classrooms. The answer is no. The department is aware that the school has made an application. Upon making an audit as a department, we established that the classroom occupancy rate at the school is between 23 and 25 learners, and the school still has 7 surplus classrooms, and therefore the request to give them additional classroom, we don't think is economic. We have also allocated 150 additional learners to the school, and the question wanted to know where will these learners be accommodated if we don't want to give this school extra classroom. As I've indicated in answer question 1, that the occupancy rate of the school is between 23 and 25 learners, and you are quite aware that we expect almost up to 35 or 40 learners in a classroom. So if this school has 23 to 25 learners, and they also have 3 surplus classrooms, from our audit, we feel that they can accommodate the 150 extra learners that they've allocated to the school. So based on the occupancy rate, we really believe that the school doesn't deserve additional classrooms, but we'll monitor pressure. If at the beginning of next year or later, they've got an extra pressure, the department is willing to enter into discussion with the SGP of the school. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Do you have a supplementary question or short remark, Honorable du Plessis?
Just a short remark, thank you, Madam Speaker. I find it very funny because I did a small visit of the school, and there's already facilities that is not classrooms that are being utilized, and the feedback on the written feedback that I got is that those classrooms were actually already okayed by the department. But I'll come back on this subject and this question. Thank you very much.
I don't think you want to comment further, Honorable Lesufi.
I've taken note of.
Madam Speaker, I've raised my hand. It's Member Mabala.
Yeah, but I will take you.
134.7. It's just a comment to say, I think it's actually a good thing that they're not being allocated classes because they think we're going to deal with their white privilege. You know, that school, it should actually, there was a time I raised a motion to the MEC that it should be an English medium school. Only then, when it's an English medium school where it accepts all learners without the language barrier, maybe then we can increase classes. Thank you.
Honorable MEC.
Well, the school belongs to all South Africans. It will never belong to a certain group or people that think that their own language alone makes them to have privileges. It will not work. But for now, we don't think there is need for extra classes. But if there is demand from next year, we'll be more willing to provide that. I'm glad Member du Plessis will be visiting the school. So I want to advise him just to go class by class so that he can determine the number of learners inside that classroom. If you've got 23 learners in the classroom instead of 35, it's clear that you can accommodate additional learners. But I'll await his feedback as well after visiting the school. and I'll find a way of visiting the school so that I can satisfy myself with the audit that the department has given to us. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Next question is Honorable Bloom to MEC for Health.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Regarding the Anglo-Gold Ashanti Hospital, will the MEC please indicate, 1, how many patients were admitted to this hospital this year? 2, how many critical care patients were admitted to this hospital? 3, how much in rands and cents has been spent in total on this hospital, including building, equipment and staffing costs? 4, how can the spending be justified in view of greater needs elsewhere? And 5, what are the future plans for this hospital? Thank you.
Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Bloom, for the questions. Response to question 1. 109 patients were admitted between June and October 2021. Bed capacity at Anglo Gold Ashanti, it's approved beds, it's 175, of which 557 are bed usable, and to date we have only utilized 15. A response to question 2, 8 critical patients were admitted. A response to question 3, 490 million, including fixed equipments on infrastructure, 46 million on movable health technology equipment, staffing cost amounting to 6.4 million, of which 5.2 million is for compensation of employees and another 1.2 million for operational expenses, that is your goods and services. Response to question 4, the hospital was refurbished as a critical care hospital for Gauteng Province in the response to the clear and present threat posed by the COVID-19 pandemic in the anticipation of the projected needs for high care and ICU beds. In addition, it provides the necessary capacity as Western District quarantine site for patients who cannot or don't have the resources to do so on their own. The hospital therefore constitutes a crucial part of the provincial and district COVID-19 resurgence plan. The hospital is also currently accommodating the following additional services: EMS base for Wedella, Kokosi, Forgeville and Greenspark areas, regional training unit for the Western District, pharmacy depot for Merafong Sub-District. Response to question 5, combined Carltonville Hospital and Anglo Gold Ashanti, the total beds will be 375 beds. We are intending to combine it into one complex. This complex becomes a larger district hospital with allocation of specific services to be provided at the 2 different sites to avoid duplication of services. The complex to provide the following additional services: down referral of general medical patients, TB patients, specialized physical rehabilitation, and lastly, palliative care. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Bloom, do you have any supplementary question or a short remark?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my calculation is here something like 550 million has been spent on this hospital, which was really justified by the COVID-19 epidemic, particularly critical care beds. Remember, these are ICU beds. And what we've been told is that all it's seen is 109 patients, of which only 8 were critical care. You know, I really think this is misspent money. We do know the SIU is investigating possible corruption, but I think with a white elephant, what you do with a white elephant is you stop pouring extra money into it. I think just frankly, the more that is spent on this, the more is wasted. You know, I don't know what you can do with it. Probably sell it off and put the resources into existing hospital. It's in the wrong part of the West Rand, and honestly, 8 critical care patients, and that cost us 550 million rand. Thanks.
Any comment, Honorable MEC?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I think I did make my point as to how are we utilizing the hospital and what are the future plans for the hospital. but I'm noting the comments from Honorable Bloom. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. Next question again, Honorable Bloom to MEC for Health.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Regarding vaccinations for COVID-19, will the MEC please indicate what accounts for the lower rate of full vaccinations in Gauteng compared to other provinces? 2, what is being done to boost vaccinations? 3, what is being done to get people to return for their second vaccination dose? 4, how many vaccination doses have been wasted or discarded? And 5, what accounts for wasted or discarded vaccinations? Thank you.
Honorable MEC.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Bloom, for the questions. Response to question 1, vaccine hesitancy is a major role player, and this is fueled by a higher access to internet and social media platforms where conspiracy theories against the vaccines abound. Vaccines allocation to the province and districts are predominantly Pfizer, which is a 2-dose regime following 6 weeks intervals, and therefore requires 2 visits for the individual to be fully vaccinated. In the case of Gauteng, there is a preference for J&J, whereas the province is constrained in its allocation for this vaccine as being a single dose. It is mainly supplied to provinces more rural for easy logistics. The experience that's shown that males are more averse to injections, and so predominantly 2 jabs Pfizer vaccine allocation exacerbate this predicament. The side effects after the first jab including mild symptoms, side effects, tend to counter against individuals coming back for the second jab. Social mobility, where people who are vaccinated with the first dose move between provinces, and without recognizing that in the process they will be disrupting the turnaround or the second dose visit of Pfizer. Response to question 2, strengthening the demand creation strategy by encouraging or engaging in media houses, increasing our radio slots, conducting door-to-door campaigns, social mobilization through loud hailing, conducting health education sessions in the workplace, taking vaccines to the people by various initiatives and channels. I think we have done that during the VUMA 2. Also establishing more outreach and pop-up vaccination sites at taxi ranks, malls and shopping centers, retail stores, and etc. Targeting high-density areas like informal settlements, political parties campaign rallies, and we also set up a pop-up sites during the voting in the voting stations during the elections. Opening more vaccination sites over the weekends, contracting partners through Solidarity Fund to assist with increasing vaccine coverage. Response to question 3, the taking the vaccine to the people strategy has meant setting up pop-up sites as near to the communities as possible, such as places of residence, areas of worship, and embarking on a door-to-door vaccination drives. SMSs are sent to remind people of their second dose, informing people that they can get their second jabs anywhere in Gauteng, not necessarily where they got their first jab. Making sure that the outreach or pop-up vaccination drives are rescheduled for those areas where a first dose of Pfizer vaccinations were done. Demand creation, specifically addressing myths, is done daily, utilizing various interlinking strategies such as social media, loud hailing, door-to-door, and group or individual education sessions. Education drives are also done daily to address myths and boost confidence in the second dose. In rural settings and depending on availability, J&J is preferably administered due to the sparsely populated areas, long distance involves, and minimal absence from work. The FBOs, local influencers, civil and political leadership structures have also been active in spreading the message and encouraging return for second dose. Response to question 4, the wastage since we started vaccination is 191 Pfizer vials and 488 J&J vials. Response to question 5, vials may be opened to vaccinate few patients in the queue, especially towards close of business, as a number of vaccinees then will be lesser to the number of doses per vial, and so not all doses are used, thus resulting in those doses being discarded. Power failures due to load shedding also has an impact. Temperature, exhaustions, expired stock that was not used before the expiry date, and breakages. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Bloom, supplementary question or a short remark?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I think the problem is that each vial has about 6 doses, but not enormous numbers, and I understand the problems that people face. I just want to put it to the Honourable MEC that I share frustration that we haven't got our numbers higher, but Gauteng is not doing well at all. 29% are fully vaccinated versus the average of 34% in South Africa, and you've got 3 provinces who are 40% fully vaccinated, including a rural province like Limpopo and an urban province like Western Cape. So, clearly they've all got the same problems that Gauteng has, but they've managed to do better. So I agree, taking vaccinations to people is the way to go. But I just want to, I'm just worried that I don't see enough advertising on this. I'd like to ask the Honourable MEC, is there actually a budget for radio advertising? Because I think that's where you need to go really big. And is there a budget for this, and how much is it, and are there plans to expand it? Thank you.
Honourable MEC.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Bloom, as I mentioned in my response, those rural provinces like Limpopo, Western Cape and Eastern Cape, we find that they are being given a J&J vaccine. With us is 4:1. For every four vials that you get of Pfizer, you get 1 J&J, simply because we are regarded as an urban area or urban province, so we are not being given a J&J in the numbers that the other rural provinces are being getting. Remember, when you get 1 dose of J&J, you are fully vaccinated. That when you get Pfizer, you have to come for your follow-up, and there are dropouts. You find that people are no longer coming simply because they are experiencing side effects. In terms of absolute numbers, Gauteng is number 1 because to date, I think we've vaccinated more than 6.3 million. And over the Vuma weekend, we did very well where we vaccinated more than other provinces. I think we're sitting more than 70,000 vaccines. But when you work it we calculate it per population, that is where we're dropping because our population is more than other provinces. I'll make an example with Johannesburg. The population of Johannesburg is almost the same as the population of Limpopo. So hence with them it's easy to reach their target. But we are not giving up or discouraged. We are really working hard in making sure that we vaccinate more people. Hence we're partnering with radio stations, with the media, and then we are also doing workplace vaccinations. And now with the cohort of 12 to 17 years, I think it will improve because currently they are coming, but not as we are expecting. But when we interact with the parents, the parents are saying no, they just want their kids to finish the examinations so that they can be able to take the vaccine without any chances of them not writing the exam because of the side effects from the vaccine. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
I hope Honourable Bloom, you are covered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Thank you. I think the Honourable Bloom.
No, thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to put out she's concluded the question, so we are concluded. Thanks.
We'll go back to Honourable Mazibuko, the response that we're supposed to get. She's struggling with connectivity, but Honourable Hlophe will respond on her behalf. Honourable Hlophe. on behalf of MEC Mazibuko.
Thanks, Chair. On the lack of police officials during the July looting, during the June-July 2021, we've seen numerous attacks on shopping centers and other infrastructure. Within this time, many attempts within the SSPS have been exposed. Sorry, ailments, apologies. A lack of POPs members, a lack of training for station first responders, 3, a lack of safety equipment for SAPS members, including but not limited to medical kits or fire equipment and vehicles. With the above mentioned in mind, the members of the ground are put to risk due to procurement issues and 2 leadership issues. In terms of the normal employment conditions, for members, it is imperative that the SAPS be held to a better standard where the police officer's life is at risk. This prompted the following questions. How many Gauteng members have SAPS Act issued? Response, Gauteng SAPS have a total of 28,148 police officers. This includes the national functions that are geographically placed within the province. Question 2, how many bulletproof vests have SAPS issued? The response, SAPS Gauteng has issued 18,315 bulletproof vests to members. In addition, a total of 11,300 are on station inventory for issuing if necessary. Question 3, how many torches have SAPS issued? The response, SAPS Gauteng issued 23,782 torches to members. In addition, a total of 18,949 on station inventory for issuing if necessary. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Honorable Hoffman, do you have a follow-up question or a short remark?
Madam Speaker, I am fine. Thank you very much. I appreciate the MEC's answers and I'll speak to her. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. That concludes question time. I think in terms of questions for oral explanation, most of those questions have been responded to, although late. I wish to request MEC for Health to ensure that the department sends the response by close of business a day prior to the sitting. We received this in the morning. We could not even change the speaking list, but if that can be taken care of, thank you. Can I request the Secretary to read the first order?
Point of order, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Okay, Honourable Moretti.
Yeah. The rule 137, subsection 5, says that if the question for written reply is not replied within the stipulated time. Now, the fact that we receive a reply on the day of a sitting still means that it's outside of the stipulated time. The purpose of this rule for requiring an oral explanation is to put the honourable MECs on terms so that they actually feel a bit of heat. They're actually disrespecting this legislature. They're disrespecting actually you as the leader of the legislature, Madam Speaker. I would put it to you that notwithstanding the fact that there may be some replies that have been received, the honourable MECs must be compelled to give their explanation as to why they didn't meet the stipulated time, please. And I would actually extend that onto the oral replies as well. I think Honourable MEC Mazibuko, her trite explanation that his connectivity is rather akin to the learner saying to the educator that the dog ate my homework. So please, I would urge you to apply the rule for a purpose.
Please don't come with a speech as well. No, that's fine. That's in order what you are raising. But if the question is late, I've already written a letter to the MEC. But if you want the MEC to account in the House, which is orderly in terms of the rules, can I therefore request the MEC just to explain why those questions were sent this morning instead of being given the previous day? MEC?
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I think the questions were They were sent to the wrong department, as I inquired yesterday. And after we then received them for me to sign, I signed them yesterday during the course of the day, and they were sent to the PLO the same day. So I'm just worried that the speaker just received them this morning, but I'll follow up with the department and make sure that we really comply. I apologize. It's not, my intention is not to undermine the speaker or to undermine the House. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MEC. Can you therefore request the Secretary to read the first order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Secretary, we can't hear.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Am I audible, Honorable? Okay.
Yes, yeah.
Oversight Committee on the Premier's Office and the Legislature Oversight Report on the first quarterly performance report of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature for the 2021-2022 financial year. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Dlamini. Honorable Dlamini. Can we request someone to check Honorable Dlamini? But in the meantime, what we will do, can you go to order number 3? I hope, colleagues, you will bear with me, because in terms of the rule, we're supposed to follow the order as it is, but we're aware that members are also facing challenges. Can you go to order number 3 whilst one of the officials will check Honorable Dlamini?
Thank you, Honorable. Economic Development, Environment, Agriculture. On the first part.
We can't hear.
We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes, we can hear you loudly. You are clear now.
I don't know what is number 3. Economic Development, Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the first quarterly performance report of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development for the 2021-2022 financial year. Thank you.
Honorable Kanyane.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. On behalf of the committee, I'm going to present, that is the quarterly performance report of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. I'm also faced with these network challenges. Can I really request that I switch the video on, off, and then continue with the presentation?
Yes, you can.
Thank you very much. I think on the onset, let me stipulate that this department, their focus is on harnessing and maximizing the economic potential of the province agricultural sector, and also ensuring that there is food security for all. And moreover, agriculture has been identified as one of the province's 11th key economic sector. So the committee therefore observed that regarding the plans of the department, they have reported that they had 48 indicators that they've really achieved in the first quarter. But now, out of all that, they achieved only 69 targets. And now the 31 targets is the one that is really outstanding. And this can be attributed to non-achievement of Program 1, which is administration, Program 2, which is agriculture and rural development, and Program 3, which is environment. Now, coming to the project management, the committee continue to note with concern on the various capital funded projects that the department is managing in the current financial year and over the MTEF period, which have run for a long period without completion. And the department could only achieve 69% of its APP targets in the quarter and still battles with delivering on targets related to the delivery of infrastructure projects because of the bureaucracy associated with it. And again, therefore really appointed the DPSA to assist, but still they are finding it as a challenge. Now, under financial performance, the committee noted that in the budget expenditure of Q1, the administration program was allocated 66.096 million, and the expenditure for the quarter is 61.829 million. And now that translates to the 3.54% expenditure. And this means that the program has the amount of money due to the tune of 8.35 million that remain unutilized. So the Environment Affairs program was allocated 74.19 million and utilized 63.26 million, which also translates to 85.27% expenditure for the quarter. So the balance for the sub-program is 10.92 million for the quarter. Whilst the overall expenditure denotes an improvement of the programs in relation to Q1 of the previous years, the revision of the budget expenditure threshold, it is to plus minus 3% of the budget, and which implies that all the sub-programs have fallen short of expenditure levels commensurate with this time in the budget cycle. So the expenditure levels for the Environmental Affairs program are, however, very worrying at 85% of the expenditure levels. It is further noted that the department managed to spend 201.8 million of the projected expenditure of 225.4 million. That equates to 90% of the first quarter of the 2021-22 financial year. The main reason for the underspending on goods and services can be attributed to procurement processes and tender processes, which is still unfolding. The comprehensive agricultural, that is at the national level, they indicated that they had challenges with legal services as DORA 2021 has not yet been approved. So expenditure is expected to increase from the second quarter of the financial year. Now, with regards to the petitions, there is nothing that has been really reported here. But now coming to the public engagements, again, the committee has noted the following engagements that were undertaken by the department in the quarter under review. One, through the intergovernmental program, the IGR, the department coordinated the joint MEC-MMC joint political IGR to discuss issues of mutual interest with municipalities. That was on the 1st of April 2021. And the key highlighted areas for this engagement covered aspects in relation to environment, agriculture, and agro-processing. And that took place, that was in April 2021. With regard to coordination of the DDM, which is the district development model, as championed by COCTA, the following are the achievements attributed by GDAT. The department engaged with Ikuruleni technical team regarding the coordination of the DDM towards coordinating DDM activities in Ikuruleni. And the department further engaged with the Sidibeng district towards coordination of the DDM technical committee meeting, which happened on the 17th of May 2021. Attendance of the IGR Joint Technical Forum meeting with COPTA. Presentation by GDAT on landfill sites and waste management. That happened on the 18th of May, 2021. Now, with regard to the international agreements, there's nothing that has been noted. But with regard to GOD empowerment, the committee noted with concern as the department did not manage to achieve its procurement target for women, youth, and people with disability. The department's biggest expenditure is currently on contracts that were already secured through an open tender process. To realize the achievement of such targets, the department is working in collaboration with the DSD and the DED to intensify supplier development intervention to equip them to transact with the department with the request for the quotations. Now, under fiduciary compliance, the format of our Department of Agriculture and Rural Development first quarter report of 2021-2022 financial year is in compliance with the standard requirements per quarter, expenditure per program, expenditure per economic translation. However, it should be noted that the new structure of the report makes no provision for revenue generation, economic classification, but makes provision for an update on the status of the capital projects the department that is really involved in. Now, moving to the findings, the committee findings, the committee continuously observes that the department fails to spend its annual budget and never meets its planned targets. Now, the following are the findings: lack of improvement on spending the allocated budget, continuous underperforming, and not achieving planned targets. The negative impact that COVID-19 has had on farmers in the province, failure to support the township economy revitalization strategy and implementation thereof, continuous failure to align its budget with its planned targets as under expenditure is observed in agriculture and rural development and environmental affairs program, lack of completing infrastructure projects and spending in goods and services due to tender processes that are being implemented through the open tender system. Now, in terms of the recommendations, a quarterly update on how all achieved targets under the agriculture sector will be achieved as lockdown regulations are eased. Operational plans should be in place to ensure that the agricultural sector in the province is supported. Comprehensive report on the implementation of the township economy revitalization to support the planned target of 40% of township spending should be realized. Provide detailed quarterly reports on how quarterly reports on how it will align all its departmental targets with its expenditure and how the service delivery mandate will be achieved. To further report on corrective actions that will be undertaken by the department on the under expenditure experience by agriculture and rural development. Now, at the end, on acknowledgement, the Portfolio Committee on Economic Development, Environment, Agriculture, Rural Development wishes to thank the MEC of Economic Development and Agriculture and Rural Development and all the team, and also expressing sincere appreciation to the entire committee, and then again, also the support staff on adoption in terms of Rule 1172C, read together with 164, the Economic Development, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee present the oversight report on the first quarterly performance report of the Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development for the 2021-22 financial year, and I recommend for adoption. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Any seconder to the resolution?
I second, Speaker.
Is Honorable Ghana?
Yes, it's
Okay.
Honorable Ghana. Yes, second.
Thank you. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes, yes,
Yes.
yes.
Yes, ma'am.
All not in favor say no. The ayes have it. The report is adopted by the House. Can you go to the next order, which is order number 4?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Economic Development, Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the first quarterly performance report of the Department of Economic Development, including its entities for the 2021-2022 financial year. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Kanyana.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the committee, I will present the committee report, that is the oversight performance report of the first quarter of economic development. Now, to start with, in the quarter under review, the department realized 15 out of the planned 27 targets, which constitute 55.56%. The targets under the department remain minimal as agencies of the department continue to report independently, and there are several targets removed from the APP which are regarded as demand-driven. The view of the committee is that the performance of the department is unsatisfactory in this regard. So, in the quarter under review, the committee also noted that the department reported the 100% of suppliers that were paid within 30 days. The committee thus commends the department for its continuous efforts to pay suppliers within the recommended time frame. Despite this achievement, the committee noted that 2 out of 3 targets were attained under this program. So also the committee noted with concern that the program underspent in the quarter under review, as the program spends amount of 45.8 million against the budget of 57.8 million. And this translates to underspending amount of 12 million. So the committee is of the view that this underspending in this regard may be linked with the inability of the department to fill vacant positions. And the committee noted that the overall vacancy rate within the department is at 16.52%. In response to this, department indicated that there has been some progress in filling some of the vacant positions within SMS level. In light of this, the HOD has been appointed and the processes of interviewing for the following positions were underway. That is the Deputy Director General, Corporate Management, Chief Director, Strategic Monitoring, and also Evaluation, Chief Director, Communication, Chief Director, Agency Oversight, and Governance. So this is what we've really noted. But coming to Program 3 of Trade and Sector Development, the committee was informed that a total of 105 SMEs were supported. 77 were supported through the Chemicals and Pharmaceutical Incubation Program, and 28 were supported through the Culture and Creative Industry Program, of which 20 are under the South African Creative Industry Incubation Program, and 8 are under Animation South African Incubation Program. So the committee urges the department to strive to support more SMEs going forward. Under the Program 4, Business Regulations and Governance, the committee noted the continuous failure by this program to attain its targets, and this emanates from the previous financial year, wherein the fourth quarter of the 2021 financial year, the program attained 2 out of 5 planned targets. Similarly, in the quarter under review, the program attained 3 of it constituting of 37 to 50%, whilst the program spent 99.44% of the allocation amounting to 15.8 million against the budget of 15.9 million. So noting that this seems to be a continuous trend, the committee will be closely monitoring this program and urge the department to improve on its performance during the in-year monitoring. Now, also moving to economic planning, in the quarter under review, the program attained 7 of its 13 targets, and the attained targets include 10% construction components, materials, and 15% goods and services spending sources in the townships. It's about 200 RM township-based contractors provided work experience. So this is under the economic planning. And again, moving to the entities, especially Gauteng Growth and Development Agency. So the Gauteng Growth and Development Agency project, they've really performed 6 out of 12 planned targets. So under this, in the quarter under review, the committee noted that several jobs created through domestic direct investment, as targeted 270 jobs, was planned. However, only 203 jobs were created through investment that were facilitated. So that's the concern also raised by the committee. Under the Automotive Industry Development Center, we see that the committee was also informed that the Chamdo Industrial Hub has been handed over to AIDC following the restorative repairs on the units, which did not include the replacement of the roof, and the department, as part of its response, does not cite the date of operationalization of this hub. However, only indicating that the repairing of the roof will take 5 months, therefore suggesting that this hub should be operational by May 2022. As advised earlier, the committee remains or continue to hold the view that the executive should ensure that project managers account for the protracted delays of this project. This project is, in the eyes of the committee, should at the forefront be any other thing. The committee is really observing this with anticipated cautions. Innovation hubs, also they've achieved 3 out of 4. You go to Gauteng Industrial Development Zone, also they really underperformed, and then they, out of the 3 targets, they just attained 1. You go to the Constitutional Hill, also they achieved 7 out of 9. You go to the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller, telling you under this, in the quarter under review, the committee noted that the entity attained 6 out of 12 planned targets, amounting to 50% achievement. And in view of the committee, this achievement is unsatisfactory, and the entity continued to struggle in supporting SMMEs with financial support through the provision of loans, and this really creates a serious problem to the committee. Now, moving towards the concerns from the committee, and then also some of the recommendations from the committee. The concerns is with respect to the Chamdo Industrial Hub. The committee is concerned about the delays regarding the project, including cost implications related to. With respect to Gauteng Enterprise Propeller, the committee is concerned with the lack of support to small businesses owned by females, people with disability, and the youth. And with respect to the Enterprise Propeller, committee has found that it is a serious concern because the SMMEs are not really benefiting, and they could even utilize about 250 million that is allocated to this entity. And with the recommendations, the department should submit a detailed project plan until completion on the Chamdo Industrial Hub. Again, the department should develop and submit a plan to prompt greater interest for youth, women, people with disability-led businesses. And again, based on these recommendations, in terms of the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller, they should report all processes related to the establishment of the Gauteng SMMEs Partnership Fund. Now, coming to the acknowledgement, the committee, on behalf of the committee, I'm acknowledging the MEC and the supporting staff, and also the members of the committee under adoption. After due consideration, the Economic Development, Environment, Agriculture, Rural Development Portfolio Committee unanimously move that it should be adopted in accordance with Rule 1172C, which read together with Rule 164. We are moving for the adoption. Thanks, MEC. The Speaker.
Thank you. Any seconder to the report?
I second the Speaker.
I now put a question. All those in favor say yes.
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 Yes. Yes. All not in favor say no. The yes have it. The report is adopted by the House. Can we have the next order?
Order number 5, Infrastructure Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the first quarterly performance report of the Department of Infrastructure Development for the 2021-2022 financial year. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
On behalf of Honorable Modise, Honorable Diale will present the report.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. May I request that I switch off my video for better connectivity?
Yes, you may.
Thank you very much, Speaker. May I also request the House to consider the parts that I'm not going to read in this report as read. On behalf of Honorable Modise and honorable members that serve in the Portfolio Committee of Infrastructure Development, during the quarter under review, the budget spent by the department was at 83% and 61%, and 22 of the 36 targets were achieved. The main area that witnessed underperformance in the output is Program 1, as it planned 12 targets and managed to achieve 4 of the planned targets, followed by Program 2, as the department had 12 targets in its APP and only managed to achieve 5 of the targets. The following are achievement and work opportunities that the department has managed to achieve. They managed to produce 7,050 work opportunities under their social sector, 3,186 work opportunities under the infrastructure sector, 423 work opportunities under the environment sector. 20 participants participated in the contract development program, 5,252 work opportunities under the infrastructure sector of all GPG departments, 3,273 work opportunities under the EPWP, and targets related to percentage of procurement of budget allocated to Black-owned businesses, Black women, and SMMEs were achieved. And the following were recommendations by the committee that that the departments need to give report on interventions made to ensure that there's alignment between the input and the output. The targets related to procurement channeled to youth-owned companies are achieved. The targets related to procurement channeled towards military veterans companies are achieved. That related procurement channel to people living with disabilities companies are achieved. That payment of invoices target is achieved, and also that the department should ensure property verification targets is achieved as it was not achieved in this quarter under review. On the chair of the Portfolio Committee on Infrastructure Development, Honorable Mpoyo Gift Mudise, would like to thank MEC T. Mutara, head of the department, and the entire department's executive for their efforts in the consideration of this report. The chair further also appreciates the diligent deliberations by honorable members, Member T. Magagula, Member Kidiboni Dialetabela, Member Tulani Ndlovu, Member Fuchs, Member Diacher, Member Hoffman, Member Mabala, and Member Mufama. The committee chairperson also would like to thank T. Skosana, M. Chabalala, M. Dlalusa Madlala, Kumalo, Mulibani Mbonani, Ngube, and Pirime as support staff of the committee. In terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with Rule 164, the Portfolio Committee on Infrastructure Development and Property Management present before the House the oversight report on the Department of Infrastructure Development first quarter report for the 2021-2022 financial year for consideration and adoption. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any second to the report?
Member Fuchs, I second, Chair.
Seconded by Honorable Fuchs. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes.
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 All not in favor say no. The yes of it, the report is adopted by the House. I now going to allow the Deputy Speaker to preside over the meeting. Thank you. Deputy Speaker.
Unmute, Deputy Speaker.
Oh, thank you. Colleagues, thanks. Secretary, take us to the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Order number 6, Road and Transport Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the first quarterly performance report of the Department of Roads and Transport, including Gauteng Management Agency and G-Fleet Management Agency for the 2021-2022 financial year. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable the Chair. Sorry. Yes, I got that. Honorable Shnema.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And may I request that I too be allowed to turn the camera off to ensure effective connectivity.
Okay.
Thank you very much. In the quarter under review, which is the first quarter of this financial year, the committee noted that the department and its entities contributed to two provincial strategic objectives, namely priority number 1, building a capable, ethical and developmental state, and priority 2, economic transformation and job creation. This was achieved through the payment of 86% of SMME and township businesses within 15 days, and 15% of department's discretionary procurement spend directed towards township suppliers, appointment of the service provider for the construction of the K46 William Nicol Highway, the installation of 94% of subsidized buses with electronic monitoring devices to improve the reliability of the subsidized bus services to commuters, which was done through the small monitoring firms, bid specifications and draft adverts for the new subsidized bus contracts, which have been finalized and awaiting approval of the bid adjudication committee. In relation to achievement of service delivery targets, the committee noted that the department achieved 37% of its planned targets. The Gauteng Management Agency achieved 97% of its planned targets, and the G-Fleet achieved 67% of its planned targets during the first quarter. The committee welcomes the improvements in the achievement of planned targets by the GMA and the G-Fleet. However, the committee is deeply concerned by the low level of attainment of planned service delivery targets and will continue to urge the department to enhance performance and capacity to resolve challenges that may exist in the implementation of these planned targets. In relation to expenditure in the first quarter, the committee noted that the department managed to spend 18% of its budget, and the G Fleet managed to spend 20% of its budget in the first quarter under review. The committee noted that the department and entities recorded slow expenditure during the quarter under review, particularly due to delays in the implementation of planned service delivery targets as a result of delays in various infrastructure projects. On the non-financial performance per program, the committee noted that the departments and entities continued to face challenges with the implementation of planned targets. These include procurement targets related to youth, women, and persons with disabilities, implementation of infrastructure projects, advertising of subsidized bus contracts on open tender, improvement of turnaround times in provincial centres, reducing patronage guarantee costs in relation to the Gautrain, and delays in the provision of mechanical and accident reports by Westbank, which has an impact on G Fleet. The committee is concerned about the above challenges and would encourage the department to prioritise the process of resolving these challenges to ensure improvements in the achievement of planned service delivery targets going forward. On the implementation of infrastructure projects, the committee is concerned over the continued delays in the construction of the K54 and K69 roads due to delays in the relocation of residents who are living along the road reserves. The committee would encourage the department to empower and skill its project management office with required skills on handling the nature of the infrastructure projects expected to be delivered by the department and its entities. Furthermore, the committee insists that the intergovernmental relations between the City of Tshwane need to be improved and tightened to ensure that the planned relocations are carried out timelessly and with great care to avoid future delays to these roads. The committee noted that it is concerning that the department continued to face the same persisting issues that have been there in previous financial years. Taking into consideration the above, the committee will continue to raise the issues with the department to ensure that measures are put in place to deal with pending issues, even beyond the resolution tracking system, which is part of the oversight tools to track performance of the department over the MTF period. In the quarter under review, the committee noted that the department had a total number of 2,233 posts. A total of 1,588 posts are filled, whilst 649 remain vacant as at the end of the first quarter. The committee also noted that none of the employees were put under suspension, whilst 24 terminated their contracts. Furthermore, the committee noted that there were 12 employees in acting positions. The committee also noted that the number of employees in acting positions and vacant positions have increased compared to the last quarter of the previous financial year. I'd like to move to the recommendations of the Portfolio Committee, which are as follows: that the department should provide the committee with a detailed report on the implementation of intervention measures in place to achieve planned service delivery targets within the administration and transport operations programs. 2, that the department should provide the committee with a detailed report on the implementation of intervention measures in place to achieve planned targets for youth, women, and persons with disabilities in line with the new supply chain management policy and capacity constraints within the directorate. 3, that the department should provide the committee with a detailed report on the construction of roads K148, K54, and K69. The report should include the intervention measures in place and progress thereof. 4, that the department should provide the committee with a detailed report on the development and finalization of the new organizational structure. And 5, that the department and G Fleet management should provide the committee with a detailed report on the intervention measures in place to remedy the challenges experienced with Westbank and progress thereof. And these are all required by the end of January 2022. The committee wishes to express its appreciation to all members of the Portfolio Committee, MEC Mamabolo, the HOD and officials from the department for their cooperation during this process, And we would also want to express our appreciation to the committee support team for their work and support during the process. In terms of Rule 117(2)(c), read together with Rule 164, the committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption of the committee's oversight report on the Gauteng Department of Roads and Transport, Gautrain Management Agency, and G-Fleet Management First Quarterly Performance Report for 2021-2022. I thank you.
Is there a seconder? Is there a seconder?
I would second, Madam Speaker.
Second.
There is.
There is a second.
Is there a seconder?
Yes, Honorable Kanyani, I'm seconding.
Oh, okay. Okay, much thanks. I now put the question. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those not in favor say no. Thank you. The ayes have it. The report is adopted. Secretary, please take us to the next order. We seem to be having connection problems today. I can barely hear members when they respond. But I hope the audio or the recorder captures all these proceedings properly. Secretary, please take us to the next order.
Number 7, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Finance Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the First Quarterly Performance Report of the Department of E-Government for the 2021-2022 financial year. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Okay. Honorable Mpusi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Can I request that I switch off my video as well, Deputy Speaker? Thank you.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to table the report on behalf of the Finance Portfolio Committee and request that all the areas that are not red be regarded as red. First, Deputy Speaker, I want to present the analysis on the executive summary of the performance of the department. On the administration, there were 4 targets set for the quarter under review. One was fully achieved and 3 were not achieved. The portfolio committee is not satisfied with the non-adherence of the procurement plan. Therefore, the committee will monitor in the subsequent quarters. On the target of the vacant to fill the vacant funded post and the payment of 100% invoices received within 15 days, the portfolio committee welcomes the mitigation measures put in place with the aim of filling the vacant funded post and improve the performance on invoices. On the ICT, the shared services, there was a total of 4 targets set for the quarter, and only 1 was fully achieved, with 3 not achieved due to higher demand of the services by the GPG departments. So the portfolio committee supports the initiative by the department to constantly seek to improve their offering. On the PMDS, Deputy Speaker, the target to train the GPG employees on the online platform was not achieved due to project plan that was not finalized with the client's departments. The portfolio committee will monitor the continuous performance periodically. And the portfolio committee supports the initiative by the department to constantly seek to improve their offering on this matter. On the human resource shared service, Deputy Speaker, the committee notes that 2 of the targeted were not met in this quarter under review. Therefore, the Portfolio Committee will monitor the progress accordingly. On the department's financial performance, Deputy Speaker, the Portfolio Committee knows the financial performance and will monitor the performance of the department accordingly. On the Portfolio Committee concerns, Deputy Speaker, the Portfolio Committee does not have a major concerns regarding the first quarter performance of the department. On the recommendation, Deputy Speaker, the Portfolio Committee recommends that the department should exercise prudence and improve efficiency to attain all the set targets. On the acknowledgement, Deputy Speaker, the Portfolio Committee extends the gratitude to the Honorable MEC Nomantu Nkomora Lehoko and the officials of the Gauteng Department of E-Government for their cooperation during the consideration of the report. On appreciation for diligence, dedication, and commitment shown by during the deliberation of this quarter performance report process, we want to acknowledge the members of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Malema, Honorable Mukwebo, Honorable Paladi de Hamela, Honorable Moriarty, Honorable Macheke, Honorable Randall, Honorable Mazui, and Honorable Masuku. On the committee, we extend our gratitude to all the support staff of the Portfolio Committee. In terms of the adoption, in terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with Rule 164 of the Standing Rules of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, the Finance Portfolio Committee present the oversight report on the first quarter performance of the Gauteng Department of E-Government for 2021-22 financial year and recommends for the adoption. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Mbisi, thank you. Is there a seconder?
Member Malema, I second, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Malema. I now put the question. All those who agree with the adoption of the report, say aye.
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 Aye. Thank you. Those who do not agree, say the ayes have it. Thank you. The report is adopted. Secretary, please take us to the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Finance Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the first quarterly performance report of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury for the 2021-2022 financial year. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Mbisi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'll take the areas that are not read as read, Deputy Speaker, and concentrate on the summary, the consent, and the recommendation. The Portfolio Committee is of the view that the DPT's non-financial performance is sound and prudent as all performance targets were achieved. 100% invoicing were paid within 30 days. 50% of the target set for women appointed in the SMS level were achieved. One main on fiscal resource management, one main appropriation was gazetted and tabled. Cash disbursement to GPG departments equivalent to appropriations funds were achieved. On GFA, on GFA administration process, Deputy Speaker, the reviewed and implemented the risk management policy was achieved. Monitoring and evaluation of framework was reviewed and implemented. Annual financial statements were submitted to the AG. Internal and audit action plan to be implemented in the second quarter. The payments effected line with the deliverables stipulated in the contract was achieved. All suppliers were paid within 30 days. The ICT strategy was reviewed and approved. On the project development and compliance, the the sourcing strategy developed was approved. The report on milestone achievement to release 3 identified projects to the market was produced and achieved. On the structure of finance, Deputy Speaker, the Portfolio Committee is of the view that GFA's non-financial performance is moderately sound and prudent, as some of the performance targets were partially achieved. The funder engagement strategy development was achieved and approved. The report on milestone achieved on the project facilitated for financial close produce was achieved. On the GPT program 3, Deputy Speaker, 100% of the AFS submitted by the departments, 100% of the AFS were also achieved from the entities. The department's 30-day payments compliance was produced and adopted. The 90% of our suppliers invoice submitted electronically instead of the planned target of 80%. On the provincial supply chain management, Deputy Speaker, a report produced of 30% spent on township suppliers, including those participating in the higher value contract, were achieved. A report produced on subcontracted contract captured by the SRM system by the GPG was achieved. A training workshop provided to Gauteng Township-based suppliers was done and achieved. On the municipal financial governance, Deputy Speaker, 8 compliance assessment of the MFMA conducted on delegated municipalities. 8 assessment conducted on the draft budget for municipalities was achieved. On the Gauteng audit services, Deputy Speaker, 25% of the internal audit recommendations were tracked as implemented at the department and entity level. The Portfolio Committee noted that the GPT was able to realize its strategic achievement within the budget. Therefore, its financial performance is sound and prudent, Deputy Speaker. On the findings on concerns, the Portfolio Committee is concerned about the 9% over expenditure under the provincial supply chain management due to unfunded historical purchase orders, whereas GPT has always reported 100% compliance within 30 days payment of the suppliers. On the recommendation, Deputy Speaker, the GPT should provide a detailed explanation on how the provincial supply chain management program experienced over the expenditure due to unfunded historical purchase orders, whereas the GPT has always reported 100% compliance within 30 days payment to the suppliers. On acknowledgement, Deputy Speaker, I'll take that as read, and I'll now go to the adoption of the report. After due consideration, the Portfolio Committee unanimously adopted the first quarter performance report on the Gauteng Provincial Treasury for 2021-22 financial year. In terms of Rule 1172C, read with Rule 164, the Finance Portfolio Committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption of the committee's oversight report on the first quarter performance report on the Gauteng Provincial Treasury for 2021-22 financial year. I can, Sir Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Nakensa, is there a seconder?
A second, it's Member Randall.
A seconder.
It's Member Randall.
Member Randall.
Thank you.
I now put a question. Those who agree with the adoption of the report say aye. Yes, I captured that, Member Randall. Thank you.
Aye.
Say aye. Those who do not agree say no. The report is adopted. Thank you. Secretary, please take us to the next order.
Matter number 9, Finance Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the first quarterly performance report of the Gauteng Provincial Government, GPG-wide, for the 2021-2022 financial year. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Ntatembisi.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. The GPG quarterly financial performance report is tabled by the Portfolio Committee as we are interrogating the financial position of the GPG departments for the quarter under review. Deputy Speaker, I take the report as read, and the areas that are not read will be kept as read. The GPG received 35 billion, which comprises of 27.8 billion from equitable share and 6 billion in the conditional grants, and 1.2 billion was provincially owned revenue. The total appropriation during the quarter under review equal to 24.4% of the total budget allocations of 143.8 billion for the year 2020-21 financial year. Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, during the first quarter, the GPG expanded 34.3 billion, which is 24% of the main appropriation of 142.5 billion. The expenditure was driven mainly by the Department of Economic Development at 27%, the Department of Education at 26%, likewise the Department of Health at 26%, as well and the Department of Social Development, COCTA, and Community Safety at 24% respectively. The Gauteng Provincial Treasury at 21%, the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development at 20%. The most departments spend equal, greater than 20%. Below the average expenditure was recorded in the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture and Recreation. I want to repeat that, Deputy Speaker. Below the average expenditure was recorded in the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation, E-Government, Office of the Premier, Infrastructure Department, Infrastructure Development, and the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. The provincial revenue amounting to 1.2 billion, of which is 60.8% of the main appropriation, was collected to the end of the first quarter. This represents the under collection projects of 570.2 million against the benchmark of 25%. The major revenue generating departments of economic development, roads and transport respectively collected 18.6 and 14.1% of the main appropriation, while the Department of Health and the Gauteng Provincial Treasury individually collected 24.1 and 25.1 of their main appropriations. The remaining departments collected 31.6 of their combined budget. On an assessment of the financial performance by the GPG departments in the first quarter reveals that most departments spent equal and greater than 20%, with 3 departments exceeding 25% threshold for this quarter. Overall expenditure was driven by personnel costs, which accounts of 55% of the overall expenditure. The 2021-22 financial year allocation for infrastructure delivery stood at 11.3 billion, and expenditure of 1.9 billion or 17% was incurred for the period under review. This marked an increase by 8.2% expenditure on infrastructure compared to the same period of the 2020. On the concerns, Deputy Speaker, the committee is concerned about the following. On Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation, the Portfolio Committee is concerned about the capacity in the SHREC to ensure that there is seamless provision of service to Gauteng citizens. On human settlement, the portfolio committee is concerned about poor beneficiary management system in the allocation of houses, which leads to illegal occupation of houses. On roads and transport, the portfolio committee is concerned about the delay in the procurement process of the department, which prevents procurement events from taking place in accordance with the procurement plan and schedule. On education, despite the education infrastructure being the main contributor to slow spending, the portfolio committee is concerned that there were no reasons advanced for poor performance nor remedial measures in this process. On agriculture and rural development, the portfolio committee is concerned about the delays in the approval of the business plan attributed to the national department and the impact thereof on the service delivery. On the Gauteng Treasury, the Deputy Speaker, the portfolio committee is concerned about the impact of misalignment of the financial years between the provincial government and the local government has on the expenditure. On the recommendation, Madam Deputy Speaker, on sports, arts, culture and recreation, the department should provide the roadmap on how it intends capacitating itself to circumvent the underperformance and ensure that there is a seamless provision of services to Gauteng citizens. On human settlement, that the department should provide a detailed explanation on how its beneficiary management system works with the objective to avoid fruitless and wasteful expenditure. On roads and transport, that the department should explain the extent to which the delay in the procurement process of the department as symptomatic of managerial incapacity to plan properly and what other remedial steps are going to be taken. On the education, the department should provide reasons contributing to the slow expenditure on education infrastructure. On agriculture, the department should provide the evidence that the qualitative business plan was submitted timeously to the national department to avoid the delay in the approval of the same. On the GPT, the GPT should provide an assessment to the extent to which the misalignment of the financial years between the provincial government and the local government impact on service delivery and how such can be avoided in the future. On acknowledgement, we want to acknowledge all the the MEC for Department of Treasury, MEC Nkomorale Hoko, the head of the department, Ms. Mnyane, and all the officials of the GPT for their cooperation during the consideration of this report. On the appreciation, we want to appreciate all the portfolio committee members, Honorable Malema, Honorable Paladi de Hamela, Honorable Macheko, Honorable Masuku, Honorable Moriarty, Honorable Randall, Honorable Mazwi, and Honorable Itani Mukwebo. On the support staff, we extend our gratitude to all the support staff in this regard. Mr. Ntsani, Mr. Mabuza, Mr. Tsetla, Ms. Chilwani, Mr. Ntsibande, Mr. Dikola, Ms. Dibier, Mr. Mabuza, Ms. Msimang, and Ms. Ntene, and the Hansard recorder, Ms. Singh. After due consideration, the Finance Portfolio Committee adopted the first quarterly financial performance of the GPT for 2021-22 in terms of Rule 117.2C, read with Rule 164. The Finance Portfolio Committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption for the Committee's oversight report on the first quarter performance report for the GPG for 2021-22. Honorable Amanda, Deputy Speaker. You can see.
Yes, Oliboa and that I'm busy. Is there a seconder?
Amela second the report.
Thank you, Honorable De Hamela. And I now put the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, 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 aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those not in favor say no. Thank you. The ayes have it. I want to request that we go back a bit. Remember earlier we were supposed to have received a report from Honorable Dlamini. We couldn't because of connectivity issues. So we'll go back there just before we go to the next order. Honorable Fasiha, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I've been asked to step in for Chairperson Dlamini, and I'll be presenting the first quarter performance report for the Office of the Premier. I'll take the parts of the report that I do not read as being read. The executive summary, the committee's assessment of the Office of the Premier's first quarter performance report provides progress on the implementation of the institutional plans concerning program delivery against the specified quarterly targets. The prevalence of the COVID-19 pandemic calls for government and other public entities to adapt and ensure continuity in the operations of service delivery programs to boost the economy through job creation. The financial performance of the Office of the Premier's programs highlighted that out of 170 million rand budgeted for the first quarter of the 21-22 financial year, 109 million rand was spent. Program 1, in terms of administration, spent 26 million from the 34 million quarterly allocation, reflecting a 78% expenditure and a variance of 7.6 million. This program has recorded a 20% expenditure from the annual allocation of 136.9 million. Program 2, institutional support, incurred 54 million spending, which is 88% of the quarterly budget allocation of 62 million, and recorded a 7 million rand underspending. It is noted that this program spent 21% of the 257.5 million rand annual appropriation. In terms of Program 3, Policy and Governance, spent 27 million rand out of the quarterly allocation of 73 million, reflecting a mere 38% expenditure and a 46 million rand variance. It is noted that 9% of the 319 million annual allocation has been spent year to date. The office reported that the quarterly under expenditure was due to repayment delays of the transfers to GCRO and the TSEPA 1 million, which was anticipated for processing in July 2021. It is further noted that lockdown restrictions also contributed to lower spending as some of the planned events were postponed. Delays in the finalization of the SIU investigations resulted in the underspending on goods and services, and payment will be processed as soon as investigations are finalized. The Office of the Premier reported that Harambee, in partnership with TSEPA 1 million, made significant improvement in the quarter under review, with cumulative progress achievement of 37,717 young people placed on a pathway to earning and 5,826 young people accessing work opportunity placements. The committee is interested in assessing the program performance against the quarterly budget allocation instead of cumulative achievement. Furthermore, the committee is concerned about the lack of performance on pillars 3 and 4 of this program, as they recorded 0 in the quarter under review. The country has been under lockdown restrictions for more than a year, and there is a need for TSEPA 1 million to adapt to the COVID-19 conditions and continue with program implementation to boost the economy. The committee is also of the view that the reasons for underspending in this program should not forever revolve around COVID-19 restrictions. It is noted that the Office of the Premier is planning to review or evaluate the TSEPA 1 million program, which is an impressive gesture and a display that committee inputs are taken into serious consideration to improve service delivery. However, since the office reported in the quarter under review that 7 million rand was spent on advertising, marketing, communications, the committee is interested to know the outcome of this campaign, including the citizens' perception of the program. The committee also notes that the 21-22 newly agreed national targets achievement for procurement by all Gauteng City Region entities, which includes 77% for entrepreneurs with disabilities, 40% women-owned, and 15% women-owned. The office should also indicate how it aims to reach the newly targeted 7% for entrepreneurs with disabilities, where it previously failed to achieve a 5% threshold. It is recorded in the quarter under review that women representation at SMS level in GPG was at 49%, and 34 appointments were required to reach the 50% minimum target. However, other departments, including the Office of the Premier, have achieved a 50% threshold and beyond on this key performance indicator. The office explained that a moratorium on appointment of males in GPG departments as an identified intervention strategy and has received unfavorable legal opinion and was not implemented as it conflicted with the amended Employment Equity Act of 1998. In mitigating this challenge, however, the office reported that this intervention strategy would be replaced by other alternative interventions for implementation in the remaining quarters of 21-22 financial year. The committee is also interested to know the other intervention mechanisms identified to improve the performance of this target. The committee notes with concern the findings on the revised analysis of the APPs across the GPG various departments, including the Office of the Premier, which highlighted that compliance with the level of implementation of policies towards the institutionalization of GOD targets were not fully achieved. These GOD targets included, amongst others, gender budgeting, procurement targets, Employment Equity Act, BBEE Act, and the framework on the GRPMBMEA, as well as the gender balance within the staff complement. The committee notes that the Township Economic Development Bill, which focuses amongst others on changing how townships are being regulated and governed, is currently being processed by the legislature. This bill aims to transform townships into zones of widespread job creating commercial activity through the new draft standard bylaws and streamlined regulations. Through this bill, an SME fund will be established to provide wholesale blended finance to intermediaries that can de-risk lending to township-based firms, including community banks. It is noted that this bill will also provide legal framing for the taxi economy initiatives, including the Taxi Economy Fund, to set up investment vehicles to commercialize taxi ranks and other taxi economy nodes, using blended financing and zoning to incentivize development around ranks and transform them into township CBD nodes. Furthermore, the GPG, as part of the broad township economic revitalization program that is being framed by the new Act, is in the process of establishing a Township Economy Partnership Fund. The office reported that it is embarked on a legislative drafting project in the year under review, and the drafting of the Gauteng Medical Litigation and Mediation Bill is underway. The purpose of this bill is to provide a legislative mechanism that includes, amongst others, the amendment of a facility admission form to include a mandatory proviso that mediation should be the first option to be taken in the occurrence of serious adverse events before the commencement of a litigation process, and periodic rather than once-off payments due to a successful plaintiff should be effective in respect of a court order. The Office of the Premier explained that the 21-22 budget did not cater for the COVID-19 related issues. However, the budget for the communication sub-program covers the marketing and advertising of the response to COVID-19, as well as the vaccination campaign. It is noted that provisions will be made for the COVID-19 related issues during the reprioritization period in October 2021. Awareness campaigns for COVID-19 are streamed through digital and print media, Twitter, and Instagram, and the workplace vaccination program has been launched in partnership with various sectors of the economy to provide COVID-19 education and awareness. The committee is of the view that government should utilize radios, print, and television at community level instead of mainstream media. Furthermore, the administration of COVID-19 vaccinations at public healthcare venues should also be supported. The committee welcomed the Office of the Premier's presentation of the 21-22 APP and requests the office, as the leader of provincial government, to provide a brief synopsis of the GPG department's APPs to assess the underlying risk of a total change of targets instead of carrying them over to the next financial year. In terms of findings and concerns, the committee, number one, is concerned that some of the GPG departments have omitted the newly approved 7% target for preferential procurement spend on business owners with disabilities in the APPs, while other departments have not changed the set target to 7%, which is targeted for achievement by 2030. It is also concerning that most of the GPG departments have omitted the GGT 2030 plan of action for persons with disabilities in their APPs. What are the mechanisms put in place by the Office of the Premier to ensure the achievement of the newly approved 7% target, since challenges in achieving the 5% threshold were experienced in the previous financial year? Number 2, the committee is concerned about 7 million rand expenditure on advertising, marketing, and communication of the TSEPA 1 million program, and the Office of the Premier's intentions to review or evaluate this program after conducting the awareness campaign as reported during the presentation of the first quarter of 2021. In terms of recommendations, first one, the Premier should provide a report on how the Office of the Premier is assisting GPG departments in ensuring the amendment as well as the inclusion in their APPs of the newly approved 7% preferential procurement target spend on business owners with disabilities set for achievement by 2030. The due date of this is 31/1, 2022. The report should also highlight mechanisms put in place to ensure the inclusion of GGT 2030 Plan of Action for persons with disabilities, which is also omitted by most of the departments. And the report should also outline the mitigating plans put in place to ensure the achievement of the newly approved 7% target, since the challenge in achieving the 5% threshold was experienced in the past. The second recommendation, the Premier should provide a report on the reasons that led the Office of the Premier to spend 7 million rand on advertising, marketing, and communication of the TSEPA 1 million program, and the plan to review this program after conducting the awareness campaign. The report should also include the outcome of this awareness campaign, as well as citizens' perceptions of this program. The due date of this particular report is also the 31st of the first month, 2022. In terms of acknowledgements, the committee hereby thanks and acknowledges the cooperation of the Office of the Premier and the role played by the Gauteng Premier Honourable David Makura, the Acting Director General, Mr. T. Masebe, and the team of senior officials. I would also like to thank other OGPOL members, Chief Whip, Member Kumalo, Member Ngube, of course, Chairperson Lamini, myself, Member Makubela, Member Msimanga, Member Bloom, Member Mabala, Member Mukwevo, Member Adams, Member Alberts, for their diligence and commitment during this process. Furthermore, the committee wishes to thank the following committee support staff for their dedication. Committee Coordinator M. Vas, Senior Researcher M. Lamini, Senior Committee Coordinators B. Mahato, N. Montisi, our researchers K. M. Dagani, M. O. Moholo, Committee Administrators ESAS and Kleini Sitole, and of course our Information Officer A. Nechivuyu, Hansard Recorder N. Zondo, Service Officer M. Katzin, Communication Officer S. Simelani. In accordance with the Rule 164 of the Standing Rules of the GPL, the committee hereby presents this report to the House for adoption. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Fasiga. Is there a seconder?
I stand to second the report, Madam Deputy Chair, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Msima. I now put the question. All those who agree with the adoption, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those who do not agree, say no. Thank you. The ayes have it. Let's go back to our schedule.
Sorry, Deputy Speaker, there was one more. There's the first quarter performance report for the GPL.
Oh, there's another one. Apologies for that. Okay, proceed.
Thank you. I'll do my best to be very succinct. So this is the first quarter performance report of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature for the 21-22 financial year. The GPL, I'll take the rest of the report as read, other than the summary, concerns and recommendations. The GPL has set a total of 14 performance targets for the first quarter of the 21-22 financial year, of which 10 were achieved and 4 not. This constitutes 71% achievement of the performance targets for quarter 1, while performance deviation accounts for 29%. The underperformance was recorded under the percentage implementation of leadership initiative implementation plans, percentage achievement of milestones in the ICT strategy annual implementation plan, and the number of responses to the SOM oversight house resolutions considered by committees, and the number of people participating in GPL business reached through digital platforms. During the deliberations, the GPL detailed that the leadership project is in the process of finalizing its business case, which will subsequently be followed by scoping the project through the development of the project plan, and the leadership policy review will form part of these activities. The interim business case has been prepared, and the project is currently awaiting the appointment of the steering committee. With regard to the achievement of 20% of milestones in the ICT strategies annual implementation plan, GPL reported that there is a total of 5 initiatives planned in the current implementation plan, namely the Digital Legislature, Records Management, Business Process Modeling, and Cloud Migration. The Records Management Initiative contributed to the non-achievement of this target, as none of the milestones planned under this initiative for this particular quarter were achieved. A project team that will manage the Records Management Initiative was appointed in June. In terms of reaching 300,000 people through digital platforms during the quarter under the review, the committee noted that the number that was reached was only 159,448. Most activities like voter education, outreach activities were postponed due to a lack of data for stakeholders to participate in this billing platform. Someone's unmuted, but I'm going to continue. Most activities like voter education and outreach activities were postponed due to a lack of data for stakeholders to participate, and then the reverse billing system was only finalized towards the end of the quarter, which I think does require quite a proper discussion moving forward. The reverse billing system is currently being utilized for stakeholders to participate in the business activities of the legislature, and this will enable more participation. The planned legislature activities that could not be realized during quarter 1 will be implemented during quarters 2 and 3. The committee notes that the statement by GPL that all planned targets not achieved during the quarter under review will be implemented in the upcoming quarter, and hopes performance for those quarters will not be affected. A total of 17 question papers were produced and communicated to all MPLs, exceeding the planned target of 4 and 3. By 4 and 3 motions were adopted by the House compared to 1 which was planned. In terms of public participation, the Petition Standing Committee considered 31 petitions. 29 of them were adopted while 2 rejected. The petitions that were considered were mainly related to basic services, housing matters, then administration and governance, land and infrastructure development matters. The committee is of the view that the GPL is improving on considering its petitions, but a lot still needs to be done to fast track the backlog. The committee is of the view that there is a need to utilize artificial intelligence and to introduce efficient systems to assist with petitions, and a need to link the petition system with the various war rooms. The GPL continue to share knowledge as well as learn from regional partners and local legislatures. GPL participated in the strategic plan for 21 to 2025 financial year of Society of Clerks at the Table Africa on the 4th of May 2021, and engaged with SALGA to explore partnerships and propose memorandums of understanding and their support to the GSF strategic objectives. Additionally, GPL took part in the Auditor General's Roadshow together with municipalities to learn about some of the governance challenges that continue to hinder municipalities. In terms of the budget expenditure and performance, the committee notes that GPL allocated a total amount of 249.28 million rand and managed to spend 141.39 million rand, which represents a 57% expenditure pattern. The GPL underspent by 896 million rand, which accounts for 43% due to outstanding, so this is not phrased properly, due to the outstanding 2019-2020 pay progression, unfilled vacancies that includes resignations, deaths in service, and delays of insourcing of security officers. Outstanding invoices, member travel benefit tickets, transfers were also delayed due to the implementation of new political party funding acts. And the GPL also recorded savings of 4.4 million rand due mainly to activities that were implemented virtually, and has collected a total amount of 3.7 million rand, mainly from interest on investments, and 3.3 million from parking income. Oh, no, 3.3 million, and parking income is at 336,000. I apologize, the report isn't grammatically correct. The revenue collected from the interest account for 91% of the overall revenue, and for the quarter whilst parking income accounts for the remaining 9%. In terms of preferential procurement, the committee noted that 69.09% was recorded for historically disadvantaged individuals against a target of 60. The target of women was 30%, and the achievement recorded was 37.08. The target for people living with disabilities was 0.84, and the achievement recorded was 0.2. The youth achieved 10.19% against a target of 10. The target for township economy was at 5%, and the achievement recorded was 40.6. A total of 1,623 or 1,623 invoices were processed during the quarter under review, Of these, 1,574 were paid within 14 days, 32 within 30 days, and 17 were paid after 30 days. The GPL reported that the primary reason for the delay on these exceptions were disputes and incomplete documents submitted for payments which required follow-ups and tracking. The committee noted that the performance targets were implemented under trying circumstances as a result of the COVID-19 lockdown, and it took a lot of adaptation of the operational systems to attain the reported performance. The committee urges GPL to ensure effective spending in line with planned targets. In terms of recommendations, number one, the GPL should provide the committee with a detailed project plan of the leadership project by the 31st of January 2022. GPL should also provide the committee with the scope of the project team that was appointed in June to manage the records management initiative by the 31st of January 2022 as well. In terms of acknowledgements, the committee hereby thanks and acknowledges the cooperation of the Speaker of the Gauteng Legislature, Honorable Mehwe, Provincial Secretary, Mr. P. Skosana, and the senior management team during the consideration of the first quarter performance for the 21-22 financial year. I would also like to thank the following members of the committee, of course, the chairperson, namely Honorable M.E. Komalo, Honorable Ngube, Honorable Makubela, Honorable Msimanga, Honorable Bloom, Honorable Mukweva, Honorable Mabala, Honorable Albert, and Honorable Adams. The committee would also like to thank the team, which I had mentioned earlier, and will therefore take it as read. After due deliberation, the Oversight Committee on the Premier's Office and the Legislature adopted the report unanimously. In accordance with Rule 164, the committee presents the report and recommendations for adoption by the House. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Hassan. Is there a seconder?
I rise to second adoption of the report, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Simon. I now put the question. All those who agree, support the adoption, say aye.
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 Those who do not agree, say no. There's someone who says aye, aye, aye. So is it aye or aye? Those who don't agree, say no. The ayes have it. The report is adopted. Honorable Fasih, I take it you are done with your bit.
All done, thank you.
Okay. Secretary, please take us to the next order.
Thank you, Honorable.
The order that flows after Ntatempi's report.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The 10th order of the day is Social Development Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the first quarterly performance report of the Department of Social Development for the year 2021-2022 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kekana.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker and honorable members. I would request that parts of the report that I will not read in this House be taken as read, and please excuse my voice. I hope that I'm audible enough.
I was surprised in speaking.
Okay. Thank you. On the executive summary, Madam Deputy Speaker, the committee acknowledged that the number of victims of crime and violence accessing psychosocial support services had reached 14,430 as compared to the planned target of 11,696 by the end of the quarter under review. The committee further acknowledged with appreciation that the number of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and intersex, that is your LGBTQI plus beneficiaries receiving psychosocial support services has reached 472 as compared to the planned target of 176, while the number of victims of gender-based violence and femicide has reached 587 as compared to the planned target of 505 by the end of the quarter under review. In its efforts to fight drugs and substance abuse within communities, the department reported to have made the following interventions. It supported organizations dealing with substance abuse prevention and rehabilitation, intensified awareness campaigns aimed at in and out of school youth, and substance abuse treatment centers to provide skills development and halfway houses to is the reintegration into society. The committee acknowledged that the department continues to enhance its contribution to the TEPO 1 million through youth internships, expanded public work programs, and welfare to work, developing youth potential and linking them to other developmental initiatives. The committee noted that the number of school uniform packs distributed is 0, compared to the planned target of 87,870 by the end of the quarter under review. In responding to the concern, the department indicated that Gauteng Provincial Treasury and Gauteng Social Development Department were to come up with an alternative solution to the open tender system for projects meant for development and support of cooperatives. The committee welcomes the initiative explored by both DSD and Treasury in making sure that cooperatives are contracted directly without the involvement of a third party. The committee further noted that the department continues to face challenges of non-compliance with funding requirements and the meeting of minimum norms and standards for different fields of services by some NPOs. On the oversight on the department's achievement on strategic priorities, on priority number 1, on economy, jobs, and infrastructure, the committee acknowledged that of the 10 planned targets, only 7 targets were fully achieved, which represents 70%, and 2 targets were not achieved with good progress, representing 20%, and 1 target was not achieved with good progress, representing 10%. And on oversight on the department's achievement on APP targets, of the 25 planned targets, 19 were fully achieved, representing 76%, while 2 targets were not achieved with good progress, representing 8%, 3 targets were not achieved with fair progress, representing 12%, and 1 target not achieved with poor progress, representing 4%. In the previous quarter, the committee acknowledged that out of the 25 planned targets, 14 were fully achieved, representing 56%, and 3 were partially achieved, representing 12%. 2 were not achieved with fair progress, representing 8%, and 1 target not achieved, representing 4%, was not achieved. On the targets that have not been achieved during the period under review, the department reported that they will continue to monitor the implementation of plans with a view to make sure that it improves in the next reporting period. On oversight on the departmental financial performance, during the 2021-2022 financial year, the department has been allocated an amount of 5.8 billion rands, and during the quarter under review, the department managed to spend 1.3 billion across all programs, representing only 24% of the allocated budget by the end of the quarter under review. In terms of the expenditure per program, the committee noted that on administration, the department managed to spend 22%, and on social welfare services, the department spent 25% of the budget, and on children and families, it spent only 22%, and on restorative services, it spent 25%, and lastly, on development and research, it spent 26%. On township economy, the department reported to have spent 42.8%, with a total of 224 purchase orders issued to youth-owned companies through a preferential procurement. The committee acknowledged that on procurement targets that are related to historically disadvantaged individuals, the committee acknowledged that 89.7% was spent on women, 44% on youth, and 1% on persons with disabilities. The committee further acknowledged that the department reported to have paid 93.4% of its service providers within 30 days, and 82.2% was paid within 15 days. In relation to conditional grants, committee noted the under expenditure on EPWP, which was due to delays in the signing of the SLAs, and the under expenditure on ECDs amounting to 2.6 million, which was processed under the voted funds. On committee findings and concerns, with respect to community-based care for older persons and persons with disabilities, the committee is concerned that these were not operational as a result of COVID-19 lockdown regulations. And this also has affected the expenditure during the period under review. With respect to services offered for GOD empowerment within communities, the committee is concerned that only 12 persons with disabilities benefited from women development programs during the period under review. On committee recommendations, the committee recommends that the department should explore and implement other necessary interventions to ensure the achievement of its targets and beneficiaries are also able, so that beneficiaries are able to receive the required services. The department must provide progress report to the committee in the written form by the 31st of January 2022. And the department should provide the reasons for its dismal performance in reaching out to persons with disabilities and what remedial actions is to be taken to remedy the situation. Also, a written response in this regard is expected from the department by the 31st of January 2022. On acknowledgements, the committee would like to thank the MEC for Social Development, Honorable Marakani Musupye, the HOD and officials of the department. And I would also like to express my appreciation to members of the committee for their commitment to the oversight process. And I commend them for their diligence during deliberations on the first quarter report. The committee would also like to thank officials who support the committee for their dedication in assisting the committee to achieve its mandate. On adoption, after extensive deliberation, the Social Development Committee adopted the first quarter performance report on the Department of Social Development for the 2021-2022 financial year. And in accordance with Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with Rule 164, the Social Development Portfolio Committee tables the report to the House for consideration and adoption, considering the concerns and the proposed recommendations made in the report. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Gegane. Is there a seconder?
I raise to second speaker.
Thank you. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes, yes,
Yes,
yes,
yes.
Yes.
Yes. All those in favor say no. The ayes have it. The report adopted. Secretary, please take us to the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The 11th order of the day is Cooperative Governance, Traditional Affairs and Human Settlement Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the first quarterly performance report of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs for the year 2021-2022 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Tlabela.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Who is that? Who is that? Who is that?
May I request the House to allow me not to read some parts of the report and consider them as read? The Portfolio Committee noted that in terms of oversight on budget expenditure for the department reported that the expenditure was 141 million, which is 24% against the allocated budget of 121,947 million in 2021-2022 financial year. This therefore means that the department has overspent its quarterly budget by 16%. It has spent 141 million of a quarterly budget of 121, which is 116%. According to the report, the department has paid 100% of invoices received within the stipulated 30 days for the first quarter of 2021-2022. Once more, the Portfolio Committee commends the department for the best trend of paying 100% of invoices within the stipulated 30 days as per the regulations. The Portfolio Committee also noted that the department conducted 12 voter education campaigns during the quarter under review. The department also cited that a total of 20 engagement sessions are targeted for this financial year. However, the portfolio committee noted with utmost concern the first quarter performance report of 2021-2022 reported that Gauteng municipalities are still lagging behind in terms of expenditure on grants, that is the MIG, the USDG, and Integrated Urban Development Grant by municipalities. The portfolio committee remains seriously concerned with the department having a vacancy rate of 59 unfilled positions. In terms of risk assessment, the department reported that one macro disaster risk assessment was reviewed and therefore consultation and research study is underway. The following are the portfolio committee concerns. In terms of oversight on budget expenditure, local governance program became the highest contributor of overspending by 11 plus million, which is 18%. This was followed by administration with 14% and development and planning by 13%. Traditional institutional development became the least with an over expenditure of 7%. Our next concern, Madam Deputy Speaker, is inadequate spending on grants allocated to municipalities. We also are concerned on as to whether the department is providing sufficient support to municipalities to ensure adequate spending on these grants. We are concerned about the vacancy rate that is within the department, and the department reported that 4 experts were placed in regional teams to support municipalities to address service delivery challenges. However, it did not mention the kind of support that is provided to these municipalities, and as well as which municipalities are given this support. As part of our recommendation as a portfolio committee, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are recommending that the department should provide the portfolio committee with reasons for overspending in 4 programs as named in the document. The department should explain the reasons for underspending by municipalities in relation to grant expenditure. Since the Gauteng Department of COGTA is a custodian of municipalities, the department should put remedial action in place to ensure that municipalities improve on grant expenditure management. The portfolio committee will also monitor this action on a quarterly basis. We also are recommending that the department should ensure that all vacancies within the department are filled, as this will compromise the ability of the department to perform to its maximally in terms of providing service delivery. The department should provide the portfolio committee with names of municipalities that will be given support by the said 4 experts placed in regional teams to address service delivery challenges and the kind of support that will be provided. All these are expected to be written, Madam Speaker, should be written reports to Gauteng Provincial Legislature at least by the 4th of January 2022. I wish to thank MEC Maile and the administrative team led by the HOD. I also wish to acknowledge and express my gratitude to honorable members that served in COGTA Human Settlement Portfolio Committee. That is Member Nube, Member Schneeman, Member Malema, Member Srota, Member Msimanga, Member Dlamini, Member Tong, Member Ledwaba, Member Adams, and Member Dilang. I further wish to also express my appreciation for the contribution by the support staff of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. Madam Deputy Speaker, allow me to table this report in terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with Rule 164. In terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, and read together with Rule 164, as COGTA Portfolio Committee hereby present the oversight report of the first quarterly performance report of the Gauteng Department of COGTA for 2021-2022 financial year and for adoption. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Diale Tlabella. Is there a seconder?
Member
Yes,
Malema, I rise to second, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Member Malema. I now put the question. All those who agree with the adoption, say aye.
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 Those who object, say no. Thank you. The report is adopted. Secretary, please take us to the next report. Sorry, the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The 12th order of the day is Cooperative Governance, Traditional Affairs and Human Settlement Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the first quarterly performance report of the Department of Human Settlement for the year 2021-2022 financial year. Thank you.
Aye.
Thank you. Honorable Diale Tlabella.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I request that my camera remain the way it is for better connectivity, and also request the House to allow me not to read some parts of this report and consider them as read. The Portfolio Committee noted that for the annual appropriation, the Department of Human Settlement in Gauteng received 5.912 billion and has spent 921 million, which is 16% of its allocation. During the quarter under review, the department allocated a total of 1.6 million plus to the first quarter, and as at the end of the quarter, they managed to spend 921,544 million, which translates to an overall expenditure of 58%, and the department was supposed to spend 100% of the quarterly allocation by the end of the quarter, which shows that the spending is not in line with Treasury regulations. The Portfolio Committee noted that the department partially achieved its target on procurement budget that targets local suppliers, as 95% was achieved out of a budget of 61,599,000, paid 58 million plus was spent on local suppliers. In relation to percentage of construction remedial works completed at Haarlem Flats, the planned target was 20%, and this target was not achieved. The report indicates that the department is awaiting appointment of professional resource teams for Dallas. Contractor for Haarlem Flats will be sourced from the new panel of contractors when they are appointed. On a number of identified interventions implemented in urban renewal project areas such as Everton, Winterveld, and Beggersdal and Kliptown, as well as Alexander, the planned target was 4, and this target was not achieved as one project or intervention took place with, which is the Everton sewer upgrade. In terms of the number of informal settlement receiving interim service support, the planned target was 20, and the target was partially achieved. The department reports that 49 informal settlements will be provided with sanitation services as part of category B2 interim support services. However, no full upgrading has been realized yet. Furthermore, the Portfolio Committee noted that the department partially achieved its target on percentage of invoices paid within 30 days of receipt. It reported that 76% of the invoices received were paid within 30 days of receipt. Out of 257 invoices received, 195 were paid. The Portfolio Committee noted with concern that the department is not achieving its own set targets timeously, even before the COVID-19 pandemic. The committee continues to encourage the department to ensure effective, efficient quality service delivery, and where necessary, the department should put control measures and consequent management on non-performance. Madam Deputy Speaker, we as a Portfolio Committee are concerned with failure to spend budget on conditional grants, except for Western that spent at least 64% of its allocated grant, and metropolitan municipalities continue to underspend on their budgets. We also are concerned on lack of job creations through the following grants, that is EPWP Incentive Grant, Human Settlement Development Grant. one of the most important concerns we have as a committee is failure to appoint the contractor for the Winterfeld urban renewal, as the contract expired in February 2020-2021 financial year. Failure to achieve a planned target to provide 1,335 approved beneficiaries with housing units, as only 697 beneficiaries were allocated. Lack of upgrading the 49 informal settlements with sanitation services as part of category B2 interim support services. Poor planning, which contributed to underspending on all programs for the quarterly allocation. Failure to deliver a planned target of 4,000 completed units within the rental social housing projects and student accommodation projects. Lack of implementation of the turnaround strategy as adopted by the department. We further recommend to this House that the department should provide the portfolio committee with a comprehensive report on how the budget on conditional grants was spent in the West Rand municipality. The report must also include reasons for underspending on all metropolitan municipalities, and this should be written by the 4th of January 2022. Provide the portfolio committee with reasons on the lack of creating jobs through the EPWP incentive and human settlement development grants. Moreover, provide remedial actions on when these jobs will be created. Provide the committee with a report on when the contractor will be appointed for the Winterfeld urban renewal. Provide the committee with a remedial action on how all the remaining beneficiaries will be allocated with completed housing units. Provide the committee with a detailed plan on how the 49 informal settlements will be provided with full upgrading on sanitation services as part of category B2 interim support services. Also provide a list of the names of those informal settlements and what kind of services were given. Provide reasons for poor planning, which contributed to underspending on all programs for the quarter under review. Provide reasons for non-delivery of housing units within the rental social housing projects and student accommodation projects. And the department should also provide progress made on their turnaround strategy. We request all this to be submitted to the Gauteng Provincial Legislature at least by the 4th of January 2022. As the chairperson of COGTA and Human Settlement Portfolio Committee, I wish to thank the MEC, Honorable Maile, and the head of the department, as well as their team, and also would like to further acknowledge and express my gratitude to honorable members that serves in this portfolio committee, and also appreciate the contribution made by the support staff of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. Madam Deputy Speaker, allow me, in terms of Rule 1172C read together with Rule 164, as the COGTA Portfolio Committee and COGTA and Human Settlement Portfolio Committee hereby present the oversight report on first quarterly performance report of the Gauteng Department of Human Settlement for the 2021-2022 financial year, and I hereby recommend that this report be adopted. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Is there a seconder?
I second Member Malema. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Member Malema. I now put the question. All those who agree with adoption, say aye.
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 Aye. Aye. Those who do not agree, say no. Report adopted. Thank you, Secretary. Please take us to the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The 13th order of the day is Health Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the first quarterly performance report of the Department of Health, including entity for the 2021-2022 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Palani Dikhamela.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Let me start by requesting that parts of the report that I will not be able to read here today be considered as read. The total appropriation adjusted budget for the department for the 2021-2022 financial year is 56.5 billion. By the end of the first quarter, sorry, Honorable Deputy Speaker, I've got a challenge of network. I'm standing outside and there will be some noise. I'm apologize for that. By the end of the first quarter, the department spent 14.5 billion, which is 26% of its appropriation budget for 2021-2022 financial year. The department is underspending as well as overspending across its programs in the quarter under review. The committee is noting with concern the excessive overspending under the administration program of 40% in the quarter under this review. Further, the department reported the fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 860 million in the quarter under review. This is due to payment of interest on litigation claims against the department. The committee is concerned with the expenditure as the department has reported to the committee on the quarterly meeting on litigation claims with the ongoing mediation and intervention against the claims made to the department. It is worrisome that the mediation and the intervention in place are not assisting the department to address the spending against these claims. 8 main programs are being funded under Vote 4, which are administration, district health services, emergency medical services, provincial hospitals, central hospitals, health services and training, healthcare support services, and health facility management. Reporting should provide progress on the first quarter performance against agreed upon target as reflected in the financial year. The department has set 110 targets relevant to addressing performance on service delivery for the quarter under review. Of the set 110 targets, only 41 has been achieved. The target performance is noted to be not to align with the expenditure for the quarter under review. So the department is requested to attend to its overspending of at 26%. And the target performance for now at 55%. Patterns of underspending and overspending are observed in the department's program during quarter under review. Overspending is observed at 40% on administration, 26% on district health services, 26% also on provincial hospital services, and 26% on central hospital services, as well as 27% on health facility management. So on underspending, we observe at 16% on emergency medical services and at 13% on health sciences training. So the committee is concerned with the department, the pattern of expenditure by the department. So the department was not consistent in its spending. While other programs were experiencing an under expenditure, others were experiencing overspending. So the programs of the department were aligned with the key priorities. I will not be able to read those because of time. So the program 2, the district health services, spent 26% expenditure in the quarter under review. Program 3 also, as well as program 6, there was a lot of underspending there. So the public engagements and overall summary of the committee's assessment of the department and its entities, the department reported that several outreach programs were conducted to educate communities about its programs. However, the committee is of the view that this program needs to be strengthened and be expanded to more of the communities so that at least all the community in Gauteng are informed. On Kiodi empowerment, from a total of 3,736 on EPWP, 2,741 benefit were women who benefited. A total of 2,636 employed by the department attended various capacity building programs. Department further participated in a program of 1 million. This is a job creation and empowerment program for the unemployed youth in our province. The department will be ensuring contribution to the program by offering internships, program and learnerships. So the program for the youth who are qualifying should be sensitized. The number of youth employed in the department is 30,168, and for people with disabilities is 1,424. Honorable Deputy Speaker, sorry. The committee is concerned with the wasteful and fruitless expenditure of 860. With respect to ART, patients remaining on ART, the committee is concerned with the deadline. And then with respect to the accruals across programs, the total amount of accruals and when will the payment of accruals be finalized is a concern for the committee, as well as the silence on the backlog on chemotherapy and surgical backlogs. And on acknowledgement, Deputy Speaker, the Chair wishes to thank the MEC Mukherjee and her team for the preparation of this third quarterly report for this financial year. And then highly appreciated is the selfless role of the committee members of the Portfolio Committee dedicated for this work and committed, Dr. B. Masuku, Mr. P. Mabunda, Mr. J. Bloom, Mr. A. Fuchs, Mr. A. Alberts, Mr. A. Ghana, and Ms. C. Mabala. I would like to acknowledge the support staff group committee coordinator, Ms. Panchwa Mbalo, senior researcher, Dr. S. Ninweli, researcher, Dr. Mukonoto, senior committee coordinator, Ms. N. Gidi, committee coordinator, and August committee administrator, Team Somi, service officer, Aingobo Hansat, Mr. M. Makwela, committee officer, information officer, Mr. Nzibande, communication officer, A. Mukoka, and public outreach, Mr. N. Buteles. On adoption, in accordance with Rule 117C, Section C, read together with Rule 164, the Health Portfolio Committee hereby recommends that the report of the Gauteng Department of Health for the first quarter report of 2021-2022 financial year be adopted by the House, considering the committee concerns and recommendations made in this report. I thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Dukhamana. Is there a seconder?
I second Member Bloom here.
Thank you, Bloom. I now put the question. All those who agree with adoption, say aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Those who do not agree, say no. Thank you. The ayes have it. Report adopted. Secretary, please take us to the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The 14th order of the day is Education Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the first quarterly performance report of the Department of Education for the year 2021-2022 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Chilwane.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Before I begin, can all those areas that I will not read be considered as read? The committee noted the department's quarter one report, and in its commitment towards the implementation of the 2021-22 financial year goals. Key highlights for the quarter under review include the provision of curriculum resource document for grade R curriculum assessment policy statement, CAPS, along with subject and exemplar lesson plans. Departmental focus on providing on-site support visit for Gauteng West, Ekurhuleni North, Sedibeng East, Tshwane West, Ekurhuleni South, and Tshwane North District. The SIP program classes were held as per schedule during the quarter under review. Grade 7 to 12 tablets devices in the full ICT schools were preloaded with 3 forms.
Hey, Slots.
And can I continue? Thank you. and GDE freely available content. The department continued with education support interventions such as provision of school nutrition program to 1.5 million learners, and 160,000 learners were provided with scholar transport, and 381 schools have been identified across the province to participate in football and netball sporting polls. Shifting policy. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I'm being disrupted. In terms of shifting of policy programs from Gauteng Department of Social Development, the department indicated that site visits were conducted at ECD sites and regional office where ECD function is currently implemented to gather information and to understand the processes. In order to fast-track the process of identification and collection of tools, the department established the program task teams, and the implementation plan of the readiness assessment was finalized on the key indicators such as registration, monitoring, funding, and awareness. In terms of over and underspending of greater than 3% projection in Program 2, public ordinary schools, the department indicated the underspending was mainly in goods and services, which was by other activities that were put on for sports and culture and trainings due to COVID-19 restrictions. Program 3, independent school subsidies and underspending for the first quarter under review as a result of the smaller number of schools that qualify to receive the subsidies that anticipate the audit of independent schools being delayed pending the finalization of the procurement processes. With respect to Program 4, public special school education, underspending in goods and services is as a result of the sports activities put on hold as a result of COVID-19 level 4 restrictions, while overspending on Program 5 compared with the projection for the quarter under review was due to the increase in the number of qualified Grade R practitioners who have been converted to post-level 1. The underspending in Program 6, infrastructure development, was due to the infrastructure grant funds being released late by the National Treasury, and it affected spending. And for Program 7, overspend funds allocated for the Presidential Employment Initiative has been transferred to schools. The initiative was never budgeted for during the current financial year as it was earmarked for the previous year. However, rollover has been applied to address this matter. Generally, the department's performance in the quarter under review is fair when considering the conditions created by the COVID-19 pandemic. In its assessment of the department's performance against target, the committee noted that all 300% of the quarterly outcome indicators were achieved, while 13 of the 34 annual outcome indicators tracked in this quarter were achieved, with 11 annual indicators in progress towards achievement. The committee commends the department for achieving 94.2% vaccination rate for all officials in the district provincial offices, as well as adults working in public and independent schools, including state paid and SGB paid educators, admin staff, and cleaners. Moving to committee consensus and recommendation. The committee welcomes the progress with regard to the admission process, but is concerned with the provision of sufficient learning spaces in high pressure areas. The committee noted that Program 5 ECD spent 22% of the total allocation in the first quarter, and is concerned that the department may underspend its overall allocation by the end of the financial year. The committee noted that late release of infrastructure grant funds by Treasury in Program 6, which resulted in the underspending the quarter under review, is concerned that the department's plan to adequately utilize the fund and ensure that there is no underspending by the end of the financial year. The committee is concerned that the Rasteval Secondary Replacement School project continues to experience delays due to local labor, SME disputes, issues with material suppliers, and poor contractor performance. The committee is concerned with the completion of Noktula full service course has experienced this since the 5th administration and is still not completed midway through the 6th administration. As per the recommendation, the department should utilize online admission process to identify high pressure schools and prepare for timely provision of sufficient learning spaces such as mobile classes to ensure that teaching and learning is not delayed in the 2022 academic year. A written response should be provided by the 31st of January 2022. The department should provide a detailed breakdown of budget projection per quarter and plans to ensure that there is no underspending in Program 5, ECD, by the end of the financial year. A written response also by the 31st of Jan. The department should provide detailed breakdown of the budget per quarter and plans to ensure that there is no underspending in Program 6 by the end of the financial year. The department should convene a public meeting with all stakeholders and the community around Rustenburg School in order to address the challenges delaying the completion of the project. The department should provide the committee with detailed report on the backlogs that are delaying the finalization of Noktula service schools. All these must be, a written response must be given by the 31st of January 2022. The committee wishes to thank the MEC of Education, Honorable Yusufi, and his senior official for the presentation of the first quarterly report and the substantial and sustained efforts they have made to inform the committee of the details of the quarterly report. Furthermore, as the chair, I would like to thank the following committee members: Honorable Hassan, Honorable Makubela, Honorable Mpisi, Honorable Mlifo, Honorable Dos Santos, Honorable Mukwebo, Honorable Mazwi, Honorable Deval Alberts, Honorable Adams for their dedication and support during this process. Furthermore, thank the group coordinator, Zuzwe Mbanzombalo, Ms. Sekina Nwele is a senior researcher, and a senior coordinator, committee coordinator, Michelle Gaya, and all the support team as listed. In terms of Rule 1172C, read with Rule 164, the Education Portfolio Committee hereby recommends that the report on the Gauteng Department of Education first quarterly report for the 2020-2021 financial year be adopted by the House, taking into account committee concerns and proposed recommendation made in this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Shelwane. Is there a seconder?
I second, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Ramolifo. All those who agree with the adoption of the report say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those who object to the adoption say no. Thank you. The ayes have it. Report adopted. Secretary, please take us to the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The 15th order of the day is Sports, Recreation, Arts, and Culture Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report and the first quarterly performance report of the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture, and Recreation, including its entity for the year 2021-2022 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Matsake.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Portfolio Committee on Sports, Recreation, Arts and Culture, I hereby tables the committee's report on the first quarterly report of the Gauteng Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation for 2021 financial year as follows. Deputy Speaker, may I request the part of the report that I will not read be considered as read. I will therefore focus on the executive summary, on concerns, on recommendations, acknowledgement, as well as the adoption. During the period under review, the Portfolio Committee acknowledges that the department was affected by COVID-19 pandemic, as most of the industries within the sports department depend on direct human contact and are held both indoors and outdoors. Therefore, the pandemic restrictions had an impact on major events sub-program as well as the school sport sub-program. The committee further noted that there have not been improvements with regard to the department vacancy rate, which has gone up from 27% in the previous quarter to 30%, with 255 vacant positions in this quarter. It has also noted that the department has improved in aligning their budget with their targeted quarterly plans, which is a commendable feat as they have struggled with this in the past. For the quarter under review, the department budgeted a total amount of 147,948,000 and spent 103,228,000, which represents 69.8% and achieved 55% of their service delivery targets, which represent an underspending of about 33.2%. This is not in line with Treasury regulations, which allow for 5% and overspending and 5% underspending. On Program 1, administration received a quarterly budget allocation of 36,328,000 and they managed to spend 29,830,000. Under Program 2, Cultural Affairs received a quarterly allocation of 44,371,000 and they managed to spend.
They're no longer following.
Can somebody mute? Can somebody mute? You are disturbing me, please. Thank you. On Program 2, Cultural Affairs received a quarterly allocation of 44,371,000 and they managed to spend 31,045,000. Program 3, Library and Archival Services received a quarterly budget allocation of 23,482,000 and they managed to spend 17,685,000. Program 4, Sports and Recreation was allocated a quarterly budget of 43,765,000 and they managed to spend 24,668,000. The Gauteng Film Commission was allocated an amount of 8,087,000 for the quarter under review, and of that, they had an expenditure of 8,113,000, reflecting 100% expenditure. They had 23 set targets and they managed to achieve 18 of those set targets. On committee concerns, there have not been improvements with regard to the department vacancy rate, which has gone up from 27% in the first quarter to 30%, with 255 vacant positions in the quarter under review. The department has achieved 67% with regards to payment of invoices within 15 days. The target of 229 non-fee paying schools participating in the Arts and Culture Wednesday program, as well as 5 non-fee paying schools participating in Dance and Cry program was not achieved. The target for 2 arts and culture events financially supported was not achieved as planned, and its impact on the beneficiaries. A total of 7 targets under the industry support program for the Gauteng Film Commission were not achieved. The number of people trained in the hubs to deliver community mass participation program was not achieved as planned. The job opportunities created in the sports and recreation through EPWP and EPWP beneficiaries supported with tools of trade and were not achieved due to the delays in procurement and approval processes. The target was 130 beneficiaries. On committee recommendations, the committee therefore recommends the following. The department should develop a plan to ensure that service providers are paid within 15 days. Provide a report on the implementation of non-fee paying schools report participating in the Arts and Culture Wednesday program, as well as the 5 non-fee paying schools participating in Dance and Cry program. Provide a status report on the 2 arts and culture events financially supported. Ensure that all non-achieved targets under the Gauteng Film Commission are supported. Ensure that the target for people trained in the hubs to deliver community report mass participation program to promote healthy lifestyles in communities are implemented. Provide a status report on the procurement and approval processes for status report on the EPWP job opportunities, as well as EPWP beneficiaries are supported with tools and trade. All this should be responded by the 28th of February 2022. On acknowledgement, on behalf of the committee, I would like to thank the MEC for Sports, Arts and Culture and Recreation, Honorable Mbali Klope, HOD Ms. P. Masisi, and officials of the department. I would like to further appreciate the diligent deliberations of honorable members, Member B. Litswalo, Member Mudise, Member Ndlovu, Member Chabalala, Member Mnisi, Member Titangano, Member Khatebe, and Bishop Adams. The committee also would like to thank the Senior Group Committee Coordinator, Ms. Panzwambalo, Senior Committee Researcher, Dr. Nenweli, Committee Coordinator, Ms. Pilile Sigubudu, Committee Researcher, Melatelo Shikwana, Committee Administrator, Mr. Lwandile Dabula, Information Officer, Ms. Jenny Kiewicz, Communications Officer, Mr. Rikola, Public Participation Officer, Mr. Mahlala, Hansat Recorder, Mr. Makwela, and Service Officer, Ms. Mamabolo, for their role throughout the process. On adoption, after extensive deliberation, the Portfolio Committee on Sports, Arts and Culture adopted the first quarter performance report of the department for the 2021-2022 financial year in accordance with Rule 117, Sub-Rule 2, Subsection C, read together with Rule 164. The Sports and Arts and Culture Recreation Portfolio Committee tables the report to the House for consideration and adoption, considering the concerns and the proposed recommendations made in the report. I thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm done, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Matseke. Is there a seconder?
Member Ndlovu, second, Deputy Speaker.
Okay. I now put the question. Those who agree with the adoption of the report, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those who object, say no. Thank you. The ayes have it. Report adopted. Secretary, please take us to the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The 16th order of the day is Community Safety Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the first quarterly performance report of the Department of Community Safeties for the year 2021-2022 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nzovana.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the committee, I will be presenting the first quarter report of the community safety for the 2021-22 financial year. May the House consider the part which I'm not going to read considered as read. The department continued to monitor police performance through oversight visit, which 148 announced oversight visit and 431 unannounced visit conducted at all police stations in the province. The department also reported that 6 visual sessions were held to assess police compliance with Domestic Violence Act and implementation of the Independent Police Investigation Directorate. The committee noted with concern the report that 126 complaints against police officers were received during the quarter under review. The committee welcomed the effort by the department in supporting victims of crime. The committee noted the report that 757 convictions were attained during the quarter under review, with 4 rapists accounting for 65 of the convictions. It was further noted that the department exceeded its target on the number of cases tracked within the criminal justice. Out of 150 ring-fence cases for the quarter under review, 817 cases were tracked. It was also noted that the department analyzed 469 crime dockets of the 425 dockets which were targeted for the quarter under review. This was an overachievement by 44 dockets. Furthermore, the committee welcomed the report that 4 gender-based violence survivors were employed as researchers, field workers after being trained at the Kayale Temba, and 29 additional survivors were trained on computer skills. The committee also noted that various crime prevention operations were conducted. This resulted to the recovery of 92 stolen goods and the arrest of some of the suspects. The recovered goods include 52 stolen vehicles, 23 hijacked vehicles, 7 vehicles used in commission of crime, and 9 other unspecified goods. The committee welcomed the joint effort by the department and law enforcement agencies to deter crime through Operation Okaimola. It was reported that through this operation, a cash in transit was detected near Greenstone Mall. Furthermore, the committee noted that through case 78 roadblock, 2,656 RTO notices and 195 J534 notices were issued, whilst 27 unroadworthy vehicles were discontinued. The committee further noted that the department continued to enforce compliance with the COVID-19 regulation. It was also reported that the effort to improve road safety were intensified. Through several road safety operations, the department reported that 126 arrests were made for excessive speeding. 12 drivers were arrested for reckless and negligent driving, and 43,233 citations were issued. While the committee welcomed the effort made to ensure road safety, it was concerned that the number of road crashes and fatalities remained high. There were 602 fatal crashes recorded in the quarter under review, which had resulted to 653 fatalities. The committee also noted that the department was unable to meet the following targets: support to gender-based violence victims. Only 489 victims were supported out of 3,000 victims, which were targeted for the quarter under review. Provision of training for gender-based brigade volunteers, assessment of 144 community policing forum, 121 were assessed, recording a shortfall by 23, and non-achievement of the quarterly review session with law enforcement agency. The committee further noted the challenges reported by the department relating to its internal control measures, which include, amongst others, over-reporting compared to evidence submitted, lack of quality assurance on reported figures versus evidence, delay in fixing rejected evidence, and non-standardization on some of the templates used or as evidence, such as reported complaints. Unannounced and announced station visits. The department must strengthen its internal control measures to ensure efficiency as well as accuracy and credibility of its report. On financial performance, the department received 962.3 million for 2021-22 financial year. For the quarter under review, 258.8 million was allocated and 227.2 million was spent, which represent 87.8% of the quarter allocation. In terms of the annual allocation, the department has spent 24%. The expenditure per program is as follows. Program 1 administration spent 44.7 million of the 44.5 million budget for the quarter. This represents an over expenditure by 4% for the quarter under review. Program 2 provision secretariat, 45.9 million out of 50.2 million allocated for the quarter under review. This marked 9.5% expenditure. And program 3, traffic management, was also allocated 174.1 million for the quarter, and 136.6 million was spent, marking 83.3% expenditure for quarter under review. Although the department overall expenditure was in line with Treasury regulation and the PFM, the committee noted the program 2 continue to underspend. On committee findings and concern, the committee is concerned about 126 complaints against police officers which were recorded the quarter under review. The committee is concerned about lack of proper internal control measures to ensure quality assurance on reported figures and non-standardization on some of the templates such as evidence. The non-achievement of providing training on gender-based violence volunteers, the non-achievement of the quarterly review session with law enforcement agents, the non-reporting on the operation of safety kiosk, and the high number of crashes and fatalities. On committee recommendation, the department, in consultation with the relevant structures, must devise a measure to minimize complaints levels against police officers. The department must strengthen its internal control measures to ensure accuracy and credibility of its report. The department must employ measures to ensure achievement of its target in training gender-based violence brigades to enable them to obtain the skill expertise required to execute their duties efficiently. The department must ensure the quarterly review session with law enforcement agencies are convened as planned to improve police performance, strengthen collaboration policing, and achieve crime reduction. The department must provide status report on the operation of safety kiosk. The department must continue to engage with all relevant authorities to devise measures to strengthen traffic law enforcement to realize a reduction on road crashes and fatalities. All this must be written response and must be submitted by the 28th of January 2022. On acknowledgement, the chairperson would wish to acknowledge Honorable MEC Mazibugo and the HOD Nonzikele Sulu and their team for the cooperation during the committee assessment on the first quarter report for the 2021-22 financial year. I further wish to thank members of the committee, Honorable Mhlagaza Manamela, Honorable Nkosi Malobane, Honorable Kanyile, Honorable Bosch, Honorable Shackleton, Honorable Hadebe, and Honorable Hoffman for the due diligence in the assessment of the 2021-22 quarterly report of the Department of Community Safety. I thank you, the following support staff of the legislature: Group Community Coordinator Zoziwe, Senior Researcher Sakine, Committee Coordinator Tabile Malumane, Committee Researcher Pabalo, Researchers Tizwe, Administrator Tabisen, Committee Communication Officer Tebe Hansat Recorder, Sylvester, Service Officer Fesega, Information Officer Azindwini, and all support they've given and assistance given to the committee for consideration of the report. On adoption, in terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with Rule 164 of the standing rules of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, the committee hereby present the report to the House for adoption. I thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Ndovana. The seconders?
I second the report, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I now put the question. Those who agree with the adoption, say aye.
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 Those who do not agree, say no. The ayes have it. Thank you very much. The report has been adopted. Secretary, please take us to the next order. I'm handing over now to the Deputy Chair of Chairs. Thank you.
Community Safety Portfolio Committee's Focused Intervention Study Report on the assessment of the effectiveness of victim empowerment centers and green doors in providing support to victims of gender-based violence for the 2021-2022 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me call upon the chairperson, May Ndlovana, to present the report.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chair. On behalf of the committee, I will table the committee focus intervention study report emanating from the 2019-2020 annual report of the Department of Community Safety on the assessment of the effectiveness of victim empowerment centers and a green doors in providing support to victims of gender-based violence as follows. The committee's focus intervention study emanates from the committee assessment of the Department of Community Safety Annual Report 2019-2020 financial year. The study focused on assessing the effectiveness of the Victim Empowerment Center and Green Doors facilities in providing support to victims of gender-based violence. Through the study, the committee intended to ascertain the capacity and effectiveness of the above-mentioned facilities in support of victims of crime, especially gender-based violence and domestic violence, the quality of services offered to victims, as well as the role of the department in providing support to ensure that these facilities are effective. The focus on the gender-based violence was necessitated by the constant increase on the number of gender-based violence incidents. The search on these cases was also declared as a second pandemic by the President Cyril Ramaphosa. Victim empowerment centers, also referred to as a victim-friendly rooms, are structures based at police station intended to provide psychosocial services to all victims of crime. They also provide a safe and a private space to victims of crime to freely make their statement. Equally, Green Doors facilities are the extension of the Victim Empowerment Support Program. They are intended to ensure easy access to psychosocial services and support to victim crime residing far from the police station. The Green Door facilities are mostly established at privately owned homes, churches, children's home, old age homes, and place of safety. The Department of Community Safety reported that through the Victims Empowerment Program, it advocates and provides support to victims of rape, sexual offenses, domestic violence throughout the province. The department is responsible for the establishment and monitoring of the victim-friendly rooms and Green Door facilities. Through the study, the committee made the following findings and observations. The committee noted that both the victim-friendly rooms and the Green Doors facilities were not only supported by the department, were not fully supported by the Department of the Community Safety to ensure that they perform effectively. Mainly because volunteers who were assigned to run these facilities were not fully trained to provide all the services that the facilities were envisaged for. It was also noted that the department was not providing the victim-friendly rooms and the Green Doors facilities with essential surpluses needed at the facilities. These include dignity packs, first aid kits, cleaning supplies, refreshment, sanitizers, PPE, stationaries, data, and airtime to ensure smooth operation to the facility, thus placing a burden to the volunteers running these facilities to provide essential from their own pocket. The committee also observed that not all role players of both the VFR and the Green Doors facilities were supporting the facility, as envisaged in the founding document, particularly in relation to the preparation of the victims for court appearance. The court preparation sessions were crucial in ensuring that all subcategories of crime experienced by the victim were properly recorded and that victims were empowered to confidentiality, give testimony at court, thus ensuring a fair and a just prosecution. It was further noted that there were 138 functional VFR of the 142 police stations in the province. 4 VFRs were reported to be non-functional, and they were Rosebank, Valmarine, Sebenza, and Equiles. Furthermore, the department had planned to establish 36 new Green Doors facilities for the current financial year 2021-2022. 25 new facilities were established at the time of this assessment, and 13 existing facilities were revived. The committee welcomed the effort by the department establishing the green door facilities. However, the poor quality of Wendy houses provided for the operation of these facilities and the lack of the maintenance thereof is a concern. Some of the Wendy houses were not installed with electricity and had no ablution facility. Ambassadors had to connect electricity on their own. The committee, greatly concerned by the report that victims of domestic violence often withdraw cases because of financial dependency on the perpetrators. Also, the committee noted the report about the shortage of shelters to accommodate clients' victims who needed temporary shelters and those who were destitute. This was reported to have been further exacerbated by the COVID-19 as the shelters were taking a limited number of clients in compliance with the health requirements necessitated by the pandemic. The committee is further concerned with the lack of security at the green door facilities as it places the lives of the victims and volunteers in danger. Moreover, the committee is concerned that green doors were not sufficiently supported by police officers. There were reports of poor response by the police when called to attend victims. Furthermore, the committee found that there was lack of proper monitoring of green doors, facilities, and victim-friendly rooms by the department to ensure that adequate support was provided and that they perform at their optimum best. The department must enhance its monitoring efforts to ensure efficiency of the victim-friendly rooms and green door facilities supporting not only gender-based violence victims, but all victims of crime who require support. On committee concern, the inadequate training and lack of trauma debriefing of volunteers deployed at the victim-friendly rooms and green doors. The budget implication on the establishment and operation of the green doors. Lack of cooperation by some of the role players in the victim support program. The non-provision of essentials such as dignity packs, refreshment lines, as well as the stationery for victim-friendly rooms and green door facilities. There was a lack of integration between the volunteers deployed at the police station, that is the victim support, floor managers, and the gender-based brigade. The inadequate support by police officers to green door facilities. The lack of marketing and promotion support of the green door facilities. The poor quality and the lack of maintenance of the Wendy houses utilized as green door. The lack of the security at the green door facilities. Green door facilities were expected to operate on 24/7, 7 days a week basis. However, ambassadors were instructed to only claim 8 hours of work and weekdays only on the time sheets. And the lack of regular monitoring of the victim-friendly rooms and the green door facilities. Committee recommendation, the department must provide continuous training and trauma debriefing session to volunteers who are managing the victim-friendly rooms and green doors facilities to ensure that they adequately equipped to provide efficient service to clients. The department must provide the committee with the budget breakdown on the establishment and the operation of the green door facilities. In addition, provide a detail of what the statement is intended for. The department must ensure that there is a proper coordination and cooperation by all the role players who are intending to support victim-friendly rooms and green door facilities. The department must ensure provision of the necessary essentials such as dignity packs, first aid, cleaning material, refreshment, sanitizer, and PPEs and stationery, and other necessity required to clients at the VFRs and the green door facilities. The department must ensure that there is a well-coordinated and integrated approach between the volunteers program and the police station. The department must ensure that there is a good working relationship between the Green Door ambassador and the police. Moreover, the police must improve on the response time and ensure immediate response. The department must assist Green Door ambassador to market and promote the facility to ensure that communities are aware and can easily access the service provided. The department must ensure that the Wendy houses allocated for Green Door facilities are of a good quality and are installed with all the necessary to ensure a victim-friendly environment. The department must investigate and report on possibility of enhancing security at the Green Door facility for safety of both the ambassador and the client. The department must provide the reason why Green Door's ambassadors were expected to operate the facility for 24/7. However, they were instructed to only claim for 8 hours of work. The department must ensure regular monitoring of the victim-friendly rooms and Green Door to ensure their optimal functionality and efficiency of services offered to clients. The department must submit a progress report on all the above stated recommendations by the 28th of January 2022. On acknowledgement, I wish to acknowledge the MEC, Honorable Faith Mazibugo, the management of the department for the cooperation during consideration of the committee-focused intervention study. I also extend my deepest gratitude to the member of the community, namely Honorable Mhlagaza Manamela, Honorable Nkosi Malobane, Honorable Saki Kanyile, Honorable Shackleton, Honorable Hoffman, and Honorable Khadebe for their due diligence in the assessment of the operation of safety kiosk and mobile police station in the crime reduction. Furthermore, on behalf of the committee, I thank all the volunteers of the victim-friendly rooms, Green Door Ambassador for their tirelessness and zealous spirit in supporting victim crime. I also thank the committee support staff of the legislature on ensuring that the objective of the committees were achieved. On adoption, in accordance with Rule 1172C, read together with Rule 165 of the Standing Rule of the GPL, the Committee of Safety Community, the Community Safety Committee hereby tables its focused intervention study, report on the assessment of the effectiveness of victim empowerment centers and a Green Door in providing support to victims of gender-based violence, which emanate from the 2019-2020 annual report of the Department of Community Safety to the House for adoption, taking into consideration the recommendation made in this report. I thank you.
No, thank you very much. And can I get a seconder to the report? Any seconder to this report?
Arise to second, Deputy Chair of Trust, Member Makakula.
Thank you very much. I'm now going to pose a question. All those who are in favor of this report, can we say yes?
Yes.
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 And those who are not in favor say no. The yes have it. Secretary, can you read the next order?
Social Development Portfolio Committee's Focused Intervention Study Report on the arising of the annual report for 2019-2020 financial year on the review and assessment of the process of foster care applications and placements in Gauteng. Thank you.
Let me call upon Honorable Kekana to present the report.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Committees and honorable members. Deputy Chair of Committees, I will request that the House take other parts of the report that I'm not going to read as read. And once again, please excuse my voice. The chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Social Development, Ms. Refilwe J. Kekana, hereby tables the committee's focused intervention study on the annual report of the Department of Social Development for the 2019-20 financial year on the review and assessment of the process of foster care applications and placements in Gauteng as follows. And the background, the foster care is one of the components of alternative care for children. It is a system within the state which cares for children when they've been deemed by the court as needing care and protection. The child is placed in the care of suitable persons who is not a parent nor a guardian of the child. The Children's Act 38 of 2005, amended in 2007 in Chapter 12, outlines in detail how foster care should be carried out and the responsibilities of all involved stakeholders. The Gauteng Department of Social Development is a forerunner of programs promoting the well-being, protection, and care of children's rights, as stated in Chapter 2, Section 28 of the South African Constitution. What has been observed through the department's strategic documents is the inclusion of outputs and outcomes relating to children, whether vulnerable or not. Foster care placement and provision of psychosocial support are some of the programs that the department has committed to. The Department of Justice, through the children's courts, the non-governmental organizations, are some of the key stakeholders on foster care related matters. The children's courts have been identified as one of the key stakeholders in the finalization of cases through the provision of court dates and issuing of final judgments based on the required evidence. Should the latter be insufficiently resourced, it may also delay the finalization of cases. There's also interest on the capacity of the Gauteng Department of Social Development to carry out this responsibility prior to receiving court dates and ensuring that all required processes and documentation are available. The Portfolio Committee on Social Development has engaged with the department on these issues, their role and that of its stakeholders, noting the challenges faced by the department on the shortage of social work services. By the end of 2019-20 financial year, the department reported to be having 540 cases, which was less than the annual target of 1,338 cases. Although this figure was at 1,325 in the 2016-17 financial year, increasing to 3,555 in the 2017-18 financial year, and at 602 in the 18-19 financial year, which is a decline. The committee is concerned that this remains a huge number, which represents vulnerable children in need of alternative care. The committee has noted with concern the reason for the negative deviation reported by the department on foster care placements. This has always been attributed to difficulties in obtaining relevant psychological reports, the different interpretation of the act by different courts, amongst others. Also, the committee has noted that the department has reported to be in constant contact with its partners on foster care related matters and have reported positive feedback. However, there are still uncertainties on whether these initiatives are addressing foster care placement backlogs with the speed it deserves. On the purpose and the objective of the focused intervention study, one was to provide an understanding of the causes of the backlogs, and to study and review the current processes on foster care applications and placement, and finally to identify the problem areas that need to be addressed for more efficient and effective service delivery. On the methodology, the committee conducted a webinar with the following key stakeholders in attendance: the South African Judicial Educators Institute, the Gauteng Family Forum, the Department of Justice and Correctional Services, where we had magistrates responsible for foster care cases, the South African Social Security Agency, the Gauteng Department of Social Development, the non-profit organizations, as well as members of the public. On the committee findings, in terms of the status of court orders in Gauteng as at April 2021, Ekurhuleni region has registered 6,087 cases, Johannesburg 4,040 cases, Sidibeng 3,159 cases, West Rand 2,027 cases, and Tshwane 4,650. On the processed court orders as at April 2021, Ekurhuleni has processed 135 orders, Johannesburg region processed 102 orders, Sidibeng 50 orders, West Rand 32 orders, and Tshwane processed 83 orders. On the responsibilities of various departments in the foster care system, the National Department of Social Development is responsible for issuing of outcomes regarding Form 30s, as well as the policy development and monitoring. The Provincial Department of Social Development, their role is to keep the database of children placed in foster care, policy development and monitoring, stakeholders engagement, submission of reports and supporting documents to courts recommending foster care placements. The children protection organizations, these organizations are responsible for extension of social development services to areas that they have agreed with a Department of Social Development. And the role of the community is for identification of children in need of care, child care and protection, while foster parents are responsible for monitoring of court orders and implementation of the foster care contract. The Department of Education is responsible for admission of children into schools, monitoring, reporting, and intervening on performance of learners and proof of registration. While the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development is responsible for the consideration of social workers' recommendations, issuing and monitoring of court orders. The South African Social Security Agency is responsible for the database of children receiving foster care grant payments and reporting on foster care grant. The Department of Health is responsible for issuance and monitoring of the Road to Health card, the healthcare psychologists and psychiatrists reports. Department of Home Affairs responsible for admission into birth and death register and the issuance of identification documents. The South African Police Service is responsible for the arrest of perpetrators and the issuance of police clearance certificates. The Children's Court's decision to issue an order is informed by the social worker's report that provides detailed profiles of the prospective foster families, the concerned children's circumstances, and the recommendations to the court. On the stakeholders' input, most of the organizations and members of the public that the committee interacted with indicated that some social workers do not visit the affected children, while others indicated that the reports that are prepared by social workers for submission to court appears to be a copy and paste without any interview conducted with the children. Others are of the view that some presiding officers are sometimes not acting in the best interest of the children when they are making foster care orders. The other issue raised by stakeholders is that some parents are colluding with officials by providing incorrect information so that they can receive foster care grants fraudulently. The committee is concerned on the following. One, the delays in receiving outcomes of Form 30s applications, the financial implication in acquiring police clearance and unabridged birth certificates as a requirement for review of court orders, the lack of report writing skills and understanding of foster care systems by some social workers, delays in submission of court orders by Department of Social Development to SASSA, which results in unjustifiable and incorrect large amounts of money paid, a lack of cooperation from some NPOs, especially those from Ekurhuleni and Johannesburg regions. On recommendations, the committee recommends that the department should engage with the National Department of Social Development and all other stakeholders who are part of the Intersectoral Foster Care Steering Committee to resolve challenges that are impacting on the foster care system. A progress report should be submitted by the 31st of January 2022. The department should engage with the South African Judicial Educators Institute and the Gauteng Family Forum to provide adequate and relevant training to social workers with a special focus on the foster care system and report writing. The progress report should be submitted by the 31st of January 2022, and the department and SASSA should make sure that effective and proper monitoring, support, and guidance is provided to all employees tasked with foster care cases to avoid further irregular payments. The progress report should be submitted by the 31st of January 2022, and the department should engage with funded NPOs dealing with foster care and make sure that they assist them in providing relevant information and follow due process in dealing with foster care cases. The progress report should be submitted by the 31st of January 2022. On acknowledgements, the Portfolio Committee on Social Development wishes to thank the Gauteng Department of Social Development, the South African Social Security Agency, Department of Justice and Correctional Services, the South African Judicial Educators Institute, Gauteng Family Forum, the Benoni Child Welfare, Gauteng Welfare, Gauteng Social Service and Development Forum, and all the committee stakeholders from all the regions in Gauteng for availing themselves and participating in this webinar by providing the committee with valuable information. I would also like to express my appreciation to members of the committee, Member Makakula, Member Nseche, Member Ndrovana, Member Adams, Member Engelbrecht, Member Badenhorst, Member Mufama, and Member Ledwaba for their commitment to the oversight process. I commend them for their diligence during this deliberation on the Focused Intervention Study Report. The committee also likes to thank the officials who diligently supports the committee in executing its mandate, Tate Sipho Nwala, Zuziwe Panswambalo, Dr. Sekina Menweli, Nonhlanhla Jigolo, Lerato Mantata, John Moloi, Tain Nkuze, Dean Gwenya, N. Ntlebi, and K. Kulu. On the adoption of the report, the Portfolio Committee on Social Development unanimously adopted the FIS report on Gauteng Development, Social Development, emanating from the annual report for the 2019-20 financial year. And in accordance with Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with Rule 165, the committee hereby recommends that this report be adopted by the House, taking into consideration the concerns and recommendations made in this report. I thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Committees.
Thank you very much. Let me get any indication for the seconder.
Member Engelbrecht will second, Chair.
Thank you. I now pose a question. All those in favor say yes.
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 Yes. Yes.
And all those who are not in favor say no. The yes have it. Secretary, you can take us through the next order.
Health Portfolio Committee's Focused Intervention Study report on the emanating from the 2021-2022 Gauteng Department of Health Budget Vote 4 report, investigating factors influencing lack of access by the township entrepreneurs and supplying medicine and medical equipment to health facilities in the Gauteng province. Thank you.
I now call upon Dr. Paladi Degamela to present the report.
Thank you very much. Chair of Committee,
You are not audible.
The line is bad.
You are not audible. Can you get a better place?
Am I audible now?
Yes, you are.
Okay. I am presenting the FIS report emanating from 2021-2022 budget vote 4 on investigating factors influencing lack of access by the township entrepreneurs in supplying medicine and medical equipment to health facilities in Gauteng province. And there was a meeting to explain why is this a problem, and it emerged that the department delivered a presentation to the committee where the department is spending 18 billion allocated to goods and services. And this amount of money does not at all benefit the township economies. On medicines, majority of township entrepreneurs are not registered with SAPRA to provide the type of medicine required in health facilities. The pharmaceutical industry is highly regulated by SAPRA and the South African Pharmacy Council. Only SAPRA is able to license companies that manufacture. Upon approval, conditions of acceptance for quality assurance principles and good manufacturing and distribution practices, and it will be able to offer a license. Factors that influence lack of access to this industry include, but are not limited to, lack of business exposure by black firms, lack of skills and capital resources in drug production, monopolistic business approach in the manufacturing of health equipment, including maintenance and repair, lack of market penetration strategy, which government cannot influence and or support, unwillingness of major suppliers to subcontract, and non-compliance to prescripts of SAPRA. The process of contracting township entrepreneurs requires a research analysis on existing skills gap and how development programs can be initiated to improve township business. There should be collaboration with departments such as economic development and treasury to identify strategies that can be applied to develop products that can be locally manufactured. There was a meeting with the stakeholder on this topic, and the following also coming out from the stakeholder. Access to funding. If the legislature is hosting these activities, to ensure that the funding is from training is also a requirement. There is a need for capacity, and further research is needed. The findings, the recommendations, and the implications on lawmaking. The committee's concerns. 1. The lack of awareness in townships regarding the funding programs that are in place for easy accessibility to the procurement opportunities, especially as it relates to the procurement of medicine and equipment. SMM is experiencing high barriers to entering markets in industries controlled by large companies due to the rigid market structures and unfavorable regulatory environment. Lack of training to capacitate those who are from the previously disadvantaged communities in townships, insufficient knowledge and skills transfer between consultants and small township businesses is also something that was noted. The transparency in the procurement processes, especially in hospitals, since it affects payment processes within a specified 30 days. Committee recommendations. The committee recommends that the department should provide detailed strategies to be implemented by 31st January 2022 on the following. The awareness program or workshops to be coordinated to create awareness of the funding programs that township entrepreneurs can benefit from, to also provide education on the type of requirements that are needed to qualify for such. Plans to review procurement policies, including the total overhaul of the department's procurement unit and policies, since most blockages emanate from the procurement processes. Further, to allow the flexibility in the supply medicine and equipment, to coordinate training program together with SAPRA so that township entrepreneurs can be able to do strategy that will improve the access to subcontract or create regulations on partnerships between those in townships and bigger experienced companies to share and transfer skills to others. In place to ensure transparency in procurement. On acknowledgements, the chairperson wishes to thank and Siba Malotana for the preparation of the FIS presentation and the efforts made in taking the committee through the details of the report and responding to the questions raised by honorable members. I would like to also appreciate the role played by the committee members of the Health Portfolio Committee and their dedication and commitment, Dr. Masuku, Honorable Masuku, Honorable Bloom, Honorable Fuchs, Honorable Mabala. I would like to acknowledge the support staff also. Committee Coordinator, Mpantwa Mbalo Z, S. Dr. Nilweli, NED, Dr. Mukonoto, August, and A. Mukoka, as well as M. Makwela. On adoption, in accordance with Rule 1172, subsection C, read together with Rule 165, the Portfolio Committee of Health recommends that the FIS report on investigating factors influencing lack of access by the township entrepreneurs in supplying medicine and medical equipment to health facilities in Gauteng province emanating from the 2021-2022 budget vote for report of the Gauteng Department of Health be adopted by the House, taking into account the recommendations made in this report. I thank you, Deputy Chair of Committees.
Thank you very much. Let me get a seconder. Do you have a seconder to the report? Any seconder?
Yeah, I seconded.
Thank you very much. Now I pose a question. All those in favor say yes.
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 Thank you very much. And all those who are not in favor say no. The yes have it. The secretary, take us through the next order.
Cooperative Governance, Traditional Affairs and Human Settlements Portfolio Committee's Focused Intervention Study Report emanating from the 2020-2021 financial year annual report of the Department of COGTA on the investigating the role of experts placed in regional teams to support municipalities in addressing service delivery challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm now calling upon Mediale Tabela present the report.
Deputy Chair of Chairs, Erike kope ntloene gore e ntumelele gore dingwe tsa ditemana mo reportong eno tse ke sa tlong go di bala ba di tseye jaaka di badilwe because my report is very long, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Thank you very much. I, as Honorable Chairperson of the Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs and Human Settlements Portfolio Committee, hereby table the Portfolio Committee FIS report emanating from the annual report of the Department of COGTA for 2021-2022 financial year on investigating the role of experts placed in regional teams to support municipalities in addressing service delivery challenges. Chair of Chairs, like I requested the House to allow me not to read the whole report. I'll just move swiftly to the findings on the focused intervention study as it relates to the city of Joburg, Lesedi and Western municipalities. The department reported the following: roles, technical as experts placed to support municipalities on technical audit of infrastructure assets to identify the most critical service delivery needs in terms of 3-year lifespan, to conduct an assessment on status of infrastructure operation, to conduct an assessment on status of infrastructure performance and useful life studies and strategies, to assess budget requirements to address CAPEX operation and maintenance interventions, and to assess the technical skills capacity requirements and develop mentoring and training programs and strategies. Furthermore, on service delivery infrastructure development support in all 6 targeted municipalities and the 3 metros, the department reported the following roles played by technical experts placed to support municipalities. 1, to support municipalities in the preparation of project business plans for securing necessary infrastructure funds and the development of CAPEX frameworks, to support municipalities in managing infrastructure life cycle, covering pre-feasibility and feasibility studies, design and development in implementation operations and maintenance thereof. Also to support the review, development and implementation of infrastructure assets, management and sector master plans. The following were the findings, but were the concerns by the portfolio committee, especially on Lesedi municipality, that Lesedi municipality outsourced services for revenue management. One other concern that we had was the rate of vacancies in senior management. For instance, CFO post in Lesedi is not filled, non-performance of contractors in Lesedi municipality, high water losses experienced within the municipality, illegal occupation of houses, the outdated roads and electricity master plans in Ekurhuleni, which cost an amount of 1.2 million respectively, the incomplete operation strategy plan on aging infrastructure, currently at 40%. The following are the portfolio committee's recommendation on the FIS report, which the department should respond to by the 4th January 2022. The department should encourage the Lesedi municipality to ensure that outsourced services, there's transfer of skills on outsourced services to officials who are appointed to deal with revenue management in the municipality in order to retain skills. The department should also ensure that Lesedi municipality fill all vacant senior management positions in the municipality, as such vacuum impacts badly on service delivery. The department should provide the portfolio committee with a report on how Lesedi municipality dealt with the non-performance of the contractor within the municipality. The department should also ensure that water losses experienced within Lesedi municipality is kept, noting that water is a scarce commodity throughout the province. The department should report to the portfolio committee on a quarterly basis on how how the municipality is keeping water losses and preventing them. The department should also put stringent measures in place to ensure that Lesedi municipality allocates houses to the rightful beneficiaries. The department should ensure that the roads and electricity master plans in Ekurhuleni are updated and funded appropriately. The department should ensure that operations and strategic plans on aging infrastructure is complete to ensure options to resolve network problems for overload substations and 100% review of maintenance backlogs to ensure service delivery. Implication on lawmaking. One of the key recommendations in this FIS report is adequate spending of grants, especially MIG by municipalities. The portfolio committee therefore recommends timely allocation of these grants to municipalities. I hereby wishes to acknowledge and thank Honorable Maile, MEC for COCTA, and the HOD with their team, as well as members who serve in this portfolio committee, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. We further also would like to express our appreciation and contribution by the support staff of the legislature. In accordance with Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with Rule 165, the Portfolio Committee on COCTA and Human Settlements hereby present to the House the FIS report on investigating the role of experts placed in regional teams to support municipalities in addressing service delivery challenges in the financial year 2021-2022. Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much. Let me get the seconder. Do you have a seconder for this report?
I rise to second the report, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much. And all who are in favor say yes.
Yes.
Those who are in favor of this report say yes.
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 I understand, honorable members, the lunch is served where you are. Let's make sure that we participate fully. And those who are not in favor say no. The yes have it. Now, Secretary, can you go to the next order?
Cooperative Governance, Traditional Affairs and Human Settlement Portfolio Committee's Focused Intervention Study Report emanating from the 2021-2022 financial year budget report of the Department of Human Settlements on the assessment of progress made with regard to the abandoned incomplete housing projects in the Gauteng province since the implementation of the turnaround strategy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, I'm calling Mekidiwoni Diale Tabela to present the report.
Deputy Chair of Chairs. Ke kopa maloko a ntumelle gore parts of the reports that I'm not going to be read, the House consider them as read. The Gauteng Department of Human Settlements defines incomplete houses in projects as houses where construction started but were left incomplete at various milestones. Houses were left at foundation or whole plate or roof level and not habitable. Abandoned projects are defined as projects that started and stopped before final completion. That therefore it's regarded as abandoned. Project that started construction or planning. Some houses were built, but the project was not completed. E.g., project was to build 300 houses and only 100 houses were built, and the contractor then left the site. During the 2020-2021 financial year, the department had a planned target of 239 incomplete, abandoned, blocked housing projects. This target was not achieved as nothing was done in the whole financial year. In Mamelodi Extension 10, had 50 houses that remain at various stages of completion, like I defined earlier. This project was part of people housing process, and people could not complete the houses. The Mamelodi Extension 19 has 77 houses with Extension 22 with 104 houses that are at different stages of completion. Both projects were undertaken by CLASA, an entity of the department which was closed down. The Klipspruit Extension 6 has 21 houses, and Extension 11 has 260 houses that are at various stages of completion. The contract expired and units were left unoccupied. In Kagiso Extension 12, we had about 150 incomplete houses, and this is because beneficiaries did not qualify for subsidies, and there are currently shacks on site. On-site possible services are installed. Sebokeng Extension 20 has about 1,039 that are not completed. The houses have structural defects and poor workmanship, rendering the houses unsafe. Etwata in Ekurhuleni Extension 9 and 10 has about 149 houses that were implemented by Etwata community. The houses are of poor quality and the project could not be approved by quality assurance and City of Ekurhuleni inspectors. It is against this background that the Portfolio Committee seeks to undertake the FIS to assess the progress made with regard to incomplete abandoned housing projects since the inception of the turnaround strategy. And in conducting the oversight visits to various abandoned housing projects in Etwata, Kagiso, as well as Klipspruit as part of its FIS assessment, the FIS aimed at assessing progress in finalizing all these projects throughout the province. During the visit, the Portfolio Committee discovered hundreds of houses across the various communities that remain unfinished. The department cited various challenges, including vandalism and invasion of government houses by non-qualifying community members, finalization of beneficiary administration process, and issues of previously appointed contractors. We also found out that there has been poor communication between beneficiaries and the department itself. We found out there's a whole lot of people living with disabilities staying in shacks or in shacks. In Kagiso Extension 13, there are about 50 houses on roof level, which were meant for MKVA military veterans beneficiaries. And then there's been poor workmanship, poor performing contractors, invasion of unoccupied houses. These are the challenges that the department cited as and when we were doing our oversight visit. We are concerned, the following are the concerns of the Portfolio Committee. We are concerned with the communication between the department and the beneficiaries as well as communities on these abandoned, unfinished projects. The Portfolio Committee also is concerned, we were concerned to find some, like I said earlier, people living with disabilities who are beneficiaries staying in unfavorable conditions. And when you check with the department, some of them it's because there's one document pending and there has not been communication to that beneficiary. In Kagiso, the 50 houses are at roof level and they were meant for military vets. However, the dimensions were inappropriate and there's general lack of communication, lack of consequent management on poor performing contractors, invasion of unoccupied houses, misinformation between the department and community leaders on the contractors appointed by the Housing Development Agency, the lack of infrastructure such as streetlights and tarred roads, remedial work for 26 houses in Sidibeng, which cost an amount of 2.6 million, remains a great concern. The following are the Portfolio Committee's recommendations on the FIS report. The department should provide a communication strategy on the abandoned projects which affected different communities in Gauteng. The department should prioritize building an RDP house for the person living with disabilities that we met in Ekurhuleni and provide an update on the progress made. The Portfolio Committee suggests that the 50 houses that were meant for military vets should instead be allocated to beneficiaries on the list and not be demolished. In the next project, the department should redo the 50 houses for military veterans with correct dimensions, provide the committee with a comprehensive report and action taken on contractors that have been found with inadequate performance standards. The department should provide accountability on what has been done about rightful beneficiaries and also provide measures taken to evict people illegally occupying these houses. Provide a detailed report on whether the development agency has appointed a contractor to build or continue to finalize abandoned houses in Kagiso Extension 12 and communicate the outcomes to also community leaders in that community. The department, together with municipalities, should put measures in place to expedite the installation of infrastructure, especially where you find all these projects. The department should provide a breakdown on what kind of remedial work will cost 2.6 million on the 26 houses in Sidibeng. As the chair of the Portfolio Committee, I wish to thank Honorable Maile, the head of the department, Ms. Mbanjwa and her team, and I also wishes to acknowledge and express my gratitude to honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, that is Member Mngube, Member Schneeman, Member Malema, Member Sirota, Member Msimanga, Member Dlamini, Member Tong, Member Ledwaba, Member Adams, and Member Dilange. I furthermore would like to express appreciation for the contribution of the staff of the legislature that give support to this committee. in accordance with Rules 117 subsection 2C, read together with Rule 165, the Portfolio Committee on COGT and Human Settlement present to the House the FIS report on assessment of progress made with regard to abandoned incomplete housing projects in the Gauteng province since the implementation of the turnaround strategy. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much. Any seconder to the report?
Malema, I second Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All those who are in favor say yes.
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 Yes, yes.
Yes. Thank you. And those who are not in favor say no. The yes have it. Secretary, can you take us to the next order?
Education Portfolio Committee's Focused Intervention Study Report on an assessment of support provided to technical schools in the province. Thank you.
And Tematume Chilwani, you can continue presenting the report.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. As outlined, we'll be presenting the focused intervention study on behalf of the Education Committee and an assessment of support provided to technical schools in the Gauteng province. The Education Portfolio Committee identified an assessment of support provided to public technical schools in the Gauteng province as its FIS. The purpose of the FIS was to assess the level of support provided to technical schools in the province as classified by the Gauteng Department of Education. The committee noted that the reorganization of schools program is a strategy aimed at accelerating transformation of the education system to achieve access to quality, relevant education in a non-racial education environment, including through twinning of schools, strengthening of educator recruitment and provisioning, intensifying skills development for the economy, and building a bridge between formal education and the workplace. During its unannounced oversight visits, the committee noted concerns raised by the schools, such as infrastructure challenges that does not meet the requirements or norms and standards of a technical school. The committee also found that most of the schools' quintile is incorrectly classified. For instance, Jabulani Technical School is a quintile 4 in Soweto, and Bohoni Technical School is a quintile 4 in Atteridgeville, a township area in Tshwane surrounded by many socio-economic challenges. These schools require provisioning in terms of exemptions of underprivileged learners, school nutrition, scholar transport, etc. The committee noted that in terms of rules of combination of technical subjects, the department reported that there are CAPS technical subjects with their specific fields of specialization, which are civil technology, construction, woodworking, civil service, electrical technology, power systems, electronics, digital, mechanical technology, automotive, fitting and turning, fitting and mechanic, welding and metal work, with compulsory subjects such as maths and technical mathematics, and physical science, technical sciences, and engineering, graphics, and design. With respect to the current landscape of the GD schools offering FET technical subjects or technical fields of specialization, the department reported that schools of specialization that specialize in or including engineering are 4. Other SOS that include technical engineering subjects are 3. Public ordinary schools that are classified as technical high schools are 11, and other public ordinary schools offering technical subjects are 102. So in total, the number of Gauteng Department of Education schools offering technical fields of specialization are 120. Though in terms of learner enrollment from the year 2019, the department received the greatest number of learners enrolled in technical schools. And to date, the numbers have been declining since 2020 in grades 10 to 12. Taking into consideration that specialization has the highest uptake per subject, the department is mitigating this issue, has reported that there is a strategy in place for expanding participation by promoting and strengthening technical high schools for a changing world. The committee is encouraged that the department is moving towards global spectrum for developing countries to consider technical vocational studies in schools with a clear shared model cluster approach to be a means of improving employability and entrepreneurship, especially for the youth. The committee further noted the key components in the technical high school strategy that is to, amongst others, promote technical subjects for careers in engineering and technology, and as technicians and artisans, improve functionality of workshop through modernization that is relevant to industry practices, increase human resources capital to teach technical subjects, first skills training program for learners in leadership, artisanship, apprenticeship, and workplace experience, develop constructive partnership with industry, wherein the committee would appreciate sustainability in terms of partnership and accreditation. The committee has noted the department challenges and mitigatory interventions, but for committee concern as well as interest is the low learner enrollment and high learner dropout rate, budget and funding challenges, insufficient capacity in district offices to provide support to technical schools, and multi-certification program challenges. The FIS culminated into a stakeholder engagement session where stakeholders comprising of school principals and organizations within the sector made presentation on specific work. The above engagement discussed received presentation on how best the portfolio committee can strengthen its oversight mandate and mechanism to hold the Department of Education accountable, and how best challenges and recommendations submitted can be addressed by the department. Can the areas that I will not be reading be considered as read? I'll move right to committee concerns and recommendation. The committee with committee consent, with respect to the funding model in technical school, the committee is concerned that the allocation of the budget is similar to that of mainstream schools. With respect to sustainability of partnership, the committee observed there is a need for the department to drive a need for industrial involvement and adoption of each technical school in the province. The committee is concerned about certain technical schools' quintile classification, as this affects their budget allocation and allocation of resources as per the norms and standards of a technical school. The committee is also concerned about the provisioning of basic programs such as scholar transport, school nutrition in technical schools that service learners from lower income areas. The committee observed challenges regarding infrastructure that affect workshop spaces, hindered health and safety measures that should be in place. The committee further observed challenges of learner admission because there is no adequate selection criteria or process in place for technical school. The committee is concerned that with respect to schools visited and what the department reorganization strategy says does not tally with that what is on the ground, because technical schools such as Wedela, Jabulan and Bokoni Secondary are not well resourced like that of their counterparts. The committee is also concerned that the information and communications technology is still not implemented in schools, and in the case of technical schools, technical vocational studies need major ICT illustrations such as graphic, engineering and designs. On recommendation, the department should consider a funding model that prioritizes the needs of technical schools in the province. The department should drive the need for industry involvement and adoption of each technical school in the province. The department should consider a quintile system that currently disadvantages schools which have a larger footprint than normal mainstream schools. The department should intervene in the challenge of Bokoni Technical School in respect to the need for scholar transport and school nutrition. The department will relook into challenges of learner space at Bokoni Technical School, which currently operates from 2 school buildings. The department should consider the introduction of aptitude tests for technical schools to ensure correct placement of learners at schools. The department should intervene with regard to workshop resourcing at Karel Divet Technical School. The department should intervene at Nick Diedrichs Technical School with regard to learning space. The department should conduct an audit of all technical schools to ensure that they meet the health and safety standards such as ventilation and installation of extractor fans in relevant workshops. The department should begin a consultation with relevant institutions about the post-establishment and funding of technical schools. The department should engage in consultative process with the aim of developing norms and standards for technical schools. The department to make concerted efforts with clear timelines to intervene at Wedela Technical School. The department to develop an exit strategy and link with relevant institutions to increase awareness and intake of learners currently studying in technical schools through a partnership with universities and TVET colleges. The department to look into a bursary scheme aimed at funding technical education. All this should be responded to, should be reported. A progress report should be given by the 31st of January 2022. The Portfolio Committee on Education wishes to thank the MEC for Education in the province, Honorable Lusufi and his senior official, for the presentation of the budget, substantial and sustained efforts they've made to inform the Portfolio Committee on the details and information with regard to its focused intervention study and assessment of support provided to technical schools in the Gauteng province. Furthermore, we would like to thank the following Portfolio Committee members: Honorable Hassan, Honorable Makubela, Honorable Mpisi, Honorable Ramolifo, Honorable Dos Santos, Honorable Mukwebo, Honorable Mazwi, Honorable Dival Alberts, Honorable Adams for their dedication and support during this process. Further, I would like to thank the group's coordinator, the support team, coordinator, Ms. Zuzu Mpancho, senior researcher, Signa Nenweli, senior committee coordinator, Ms. Shangaya, and all the rest of the support team as outlined. The document in adoption, in accordance with Rule 165, the Education Portfolio Committee hereby recommends that the report on the Gauteng Department of Education FIS report be adopted by the House, taking into account committee concerns and proposed recommendation made in this report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any seconder to the report?
I do, second, Chair.
Thank you very much. Those who are in favor, can you say yes?
Yes.
Yes, yes, yes.
And those who are not in favor, say no.
Yes.
The yes have it. Secretary, read the next order.
Roads and Transport Portfolio Committee's Focused Intervention Study Report on the implications of COVID-19 on the patronage guarantee cost. Thank you.
I now call upon Honorable Member Kierman. Can you present the report?
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. The committee noted that the Gautrain Rapid Link rail link is one of its kind in terms of the public-private partnership projects that this province has witnessed since its inception, construction, and currently its operation and maintenance period. The committee noted that the project was announced and then registered as a PPP project with National Treasury in April 2000. The project was initially planned as a provincial project, but in 2005, the National Cabinet agreed to fund 50% of the capital expenditure of the project conditional to the establishment of a provincial public entity. The committee also noted that the Gautrain Management Agency had 5 sources of funding for the capital works, namely Division of Revenue Act from national government, the medium-term expenditure framework from provincial government, private sector equity, private sector borrowing, and provincial borrowing. For the operational period, the agency received budget allocations through the Department of Roads and Transport to cover operational costs, capital assets improvements, and the patronage guarantee costs. The committee noted that the patronage guarantee costs consumed more than 50% of the allocated budget since commencement of operations and is projected to increase over the MTF period. In line with the requirements of PPP contracts, the committee noted that the Gauteng Provincial Government appointed the concessionaire, the contractor, to design, construct, and operate the project for the concession period at a fixed price, specification, and timeframe. During the operations period, the committee noted that the concessionaire's costs include servicing the loans, the operational costs, maintenance including upgrading and replacement of the system, all costs required for handover of the system. The committee noted that since the concessionaire contract is fixed, a fixed minimum required total revenue was set as the annual income required by the concessionaire to cover all its costs. This meant if the farebox revenue and value add income could not meet the minimum required total revenue, the patronage guarantee costs would cover the remaining shortfall. This means that the lower the farebox revenue and value add, the higher the patronage costs to be paid by the Gauteng Provincial Government. In the 2020-21 financial year, the committee noted that the concessionaire encountered losses of above 1 billion rand as a result of the reduction in rail and bus passenger trips due to the national lockdown, which limited the movement of people. Through the committee oversight process, in assessing the quarterly, budget and annual reports, the committee noted that the underachievement by the agency in the performance targets related to the average number of quarterly rail passengers and the average number of quarterly bus passengers continued to hamper the operations of the agency and resulted in the increased patronage costs in the 2019-2020 financial year and outer years. This continuous increase in patronage costs was severe during the COVID-19 pandemic national lockdown due to regulations that limited the movement of people and resulted in additional funds being reprioritized from future agency budget allocations to an amount of 219 million rand. The increase is also expected to prevail over the MTF period and may result in further additional funds being reprioritized from the agency and the department and the Gauteng Provincial Government. To ensure that the Gautrain is sustainable in the short to medium term, the agency has adopted a hybrid solution as a funding model to address the affordability of the Gautrain Management Agency. The solution proposes the reprioritization of budgets within the GMA, Gauteng Department of Roads and Transport over the MTF period, optimizing ridership and fares to maximum fare revenue, diversify to obtain non-fare revenue from commercial real estate, land development, transport and area-specific taxes and charges, as well as commercial partnerships. The current funding model of the Gautrain is being changed through a strategy of diversification to increase non-fare revenue and optimization to increase fare revenue. The committee noted that the agency is proposing.
Lesego, can you mute? Lesego. Continue.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. The committee noted that the agency was proposing to review fares and products as well as to provide free luggage wrapping services in Sandton for the airport service. To enhance access to the station precinct, the agency has planned to enhance network integration with other public transport service providers and transport plans, expanding of the feeder and distribution services network through integration, collaboration and form partnerships with the taxi industry and other transport stakeholders to implement integration initiatives and the review of the current bus services with a view to propose new routes as well as registering of operating licenses for such routes. The agency implemented a student product as part of its pilot projects to increase ridership and accessibility. The project was piloted from 1 March to 31 August of this year, targeting full-time students between the ages of 18 and 25 years old. The product is being assessed for full implementation. Other proposed products which are to be piloted in the near future include the voucher and pensioner products. The voucher product will give rise to partnerships with identified retailers within the province. The committee's recommendations are as follows. The committee recommends that the Department of Roads and Transport and the Gautrain Management Agency should, by the 31st of January 2022, provide the committee with a detailed report on the following. 1, intervention measures in place and the progress thereof in enhancing rail and bus passenger trips in the current financial year, as well as in the long term. And 2, proposed intervention strategies to ensure a proper handover of the Gautrain system at the end of the concessionaire period in 2026. The committee wishes to express its appreciation to all members of the committee for their commitment and work during this particular process, as well as to MEC Mamabolo, the team from the Gautrain Management Agency, the team from Bombela Consortium, as well as a rail expert, Mr. Mokoena, for their cooperation and support during this particular first process. We also wish to express our thanks to the committee support team for their work and their effort in ensuring that this process was a success. In terms of Rule 165, the committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption of the committee's focused intervention study report on the implications of COVID-19 on the patronage guarantee costs, taking into account the comments and recommendations made in this report. I thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much. Let me get any seconder to the report.
I second.
Thank you very much. I'm now posing a question. All those in favor of the report say yes.
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 Thank you very much. And those who are not in favor say no. The yes have it. Secretary, read the next order.
Infrastructure Development Portfolio Committee's Focused Intervention Study Report on the mainstreaming of transversal issues in procurement of goods and services to youth, women and people with disabilities, military veterans for the 2019 and 2020 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure whether Honorable Mudise is on the platform. Otherwise, whoever standing for him can continue.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I don't know, I think I will do it on behalf of Member Honorable Mudise. And the list that I have made me open a wrong report. Can I be given a minute to go to the right report?
Yeah, on that note, we'll give you a minute.
Please, thank you very much. Sure. Okay. I had opened the one on revitalization. I hear the secretary is saying the one on mainstreaming.
Yeah, the one that we are dealing with, it is the one on mainstreaming of transversal issues.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. On behalf of Honorable Mudise and the Portfolio Committee, I'll take the House through the report, and I'm going to request that
Yes, we can hear you.
Be considered as read. I'll just take the House through the executive summary, the concerns and the recommendations of this FIS report. The FIS study emanated from the annual report process of the 2019-2020 financial year. The Department of Infrastructure Development and Property Management herein referred socio-economic infrastructure that allows all the people in the province to have access to social services. It implements projects on behalf of its clients' departments, namely Department of Education, Health, Sports, Arts and Culture, Agriculture and Rural Development, while it also has targets in the annual performance plan that responds to mainstreaming of the previously disadvantaged groups such as women, youth, people with disability, and military veterans. The purpose of this study was to engage the department on the procurement policies within the department and the projects that may provide opportunities for youth, women, and people with disabilities. This would also focus on how township economy may be revitalized by considering enablers such as local content and taking advantage of opportunities that comes with planned and unplanned maintenance. The committee welcomed and acknowledged the department's presentation, and it also noted the department is working hard in ensuring that all challenges are addressed. Whilst noting this, the committee was concerned that it took the department many years to come up with solutions, while on the other hand, the committee had engaged the department on many occasions Also, there were many resolutions forwarded to the department to address the myriad of issues. Though timeframes were not provided, the committee will continue to monitor progress in the remaining quarters of the current financial year. The committee noted with concern that the department was constantly failing to achieve targets related to procurement of goods and services towards people with disabilities and military veterans. While in contrast, the committee was not fully confident with the previous financial year's performance, although some targets were achieved. The entire presentation of the department was noted with concern by the committee, as it reflected that the department struggled to come up with solutions to address challenges faced by SMMEs during the previous financial years, including the previous political term assessment and oversight reports of the committee prove that the department is truly failing the youth, women, and people with disability and military veterans. The department has reported on many measures to be implemented, and they all seem not to be working. And yet, in the current financial year, the department is still reporting to the committee that it acknowledges the challenges. The committee is of the view that the department had not placed enough effort in ensuring that these targets were achieved. The committee further noted with concern that of all small, micro, and medium enterprises listed in their database at supply chain management, only few and same are given opportunities to do business with the department, whereby in some cases, some service providers would be offered an opportunity for business under women, youth, and people with disability, in some instances, military veterans. The committee is of the view that the department was being unfair to some previously disadvantaged and vulnerable groups, noting the escalating numbers in the unemployment figures in the province. The committee was also in a view that project management and the supply chain management require proper monitoring. The committee also noted with concern that no information on the available opportunities was presented to youth, women, PWDs, and military vets, and contractor incubation program within the department during the meeting. The department would be invited for another session with the committee and the group for further engagement. It was also concerning to the committee that the department fails to intervene when there are challenges faced in projects, stating that they don't interfere in the contractual agreements of contractors and subcontractors. This led to many project delays. And as part of the recommendations, my apologies, Deputy Chairperson. I hope. Okay. Okay, as part of the recommendation, the Portfolio Committee recommends that a detailed new system that will be implemented in ensuring that the achievement of targets related to procurement of goods and services towards people living with disabilities and military vets are addressed and time-framed. Measures must be put in place in ensuring that business opportunities within the department's SCM unit are distributed fairly and in a transparent manner to the Gauteng SMMEs. Measures put in place in ensuring that challenges experienced by SMMEs on projects are investigated, attended to, and resolved, even if there are contractual agreements in projects by main and subcontractors, noting that these are public funds being utilized. The detailed measures are and clear specific period on how the department will address the challenges presented to the committee, mainstreaming of procurement for GOD groups, measures in place that will ensure that monitoring and evaluation within SCM is improved, measures to be put on improving in the non-compliance with payment of suppliers within 30 days period in projects, detailed measures including implementation timeframes in ensuring that MVAs receives all the support required from the department, detailed measures that were implemented to address challenges experienced at Bramfisher Primary School project, including measures to be implemented when such challenges are experienced in projects. And all this should be reported by Friday, 7 January 2022. The chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Infrastructure Development, Honorable Modise, would like to thank MEC Mutara, head of the department, and the entire department's executive for their efforts in the consideration of this report. The chair further also appreciates the diligent deliberations by honorable members like myself, Honorable Kidiboni Diale-Tlabela, Honorable T. Magagula, Honorable Tulani Ndlovu, Honorable Fuchs, Honorable Diachar, Honorable Hoffman, Honorable Mabala, and Honorable Mufama. The committee chair also would like to thank Tis Kosana, Chabalala Mtlaluse, Madlala, Kumalo, Mulibani, Mbonani, Ngube, and Mpirime for their contribution. In accordance with Rule 165, the Infrastructure Development and Property Management Portfolio Committee Chair, Honorable Mudise, hereby recommends that the report on the Gauteng Department Infrastructure Development Second FIS report on the 2019-2020 financial year on the mainstreaming of transversal issues in procurement of goods and services to youth, women and people with disability and military veterans be adopted. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much. Let me get a seconder to the report.
Chair, I second.
Seconded, Chair.
Thank you very much. And those who are in favor of this report say yes.
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 Thank you. And those who are not in favor say no. The yes have it. Secretary, read the next order.
Infrastructure Development Portfolio Committee's Focused Intervention Study Report on revitalization of the township economy through infrastructure development for the 2021-2022 financial year.
Thank you very much. On behalf of Honorable Mudise, I'm now calling upon Honorable Member Kidiboni Diale Tlavela to read the report.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. On behalf of Honorable Mudise, the purpose of this study was to engage the department on the COVID-19, which came to the country as a shock and led to the destruction of the economy and the lives of the communities in Gauteng. The hard lockdown has led to the demise of many small SMMEs and increasing unemployment and rising levels of poverty. In addition, the committee, through its oversight work, realized that the department is struggling to achieve targets related to township economy revitalization. It is against this background that the committee intervened to assist the department to apply other strategies to improve its performance. In terms of reaching targets of township economy revitalization, the department's presentation was welcomed and acknowledged by the committee. The committee also noted that the department implements the Broad-Based Black Economic Empowerment Act in appointing the contractors. Also that the department, through supply chain management and stakeholder management, encourages SMMEs to participate in subcontracting and using quotations under 500,000. Concerning to the committee, through engaging the communities of Gauteng, it was noted that there was communication challenges with communities within the department's stakeholder management unit. This is since some stakeholders invited by the portfolio committee indicated that they really do not know how to obtain information from the department. In some instances, the department implements projects in their communities without informing the locals who reside in those areas. Hence, there are many project disruptions and stoppages of projects in communities. It was further noted with concern by the portfolio committee that designated local councillors are in many cases biased in terms of their involvement and appointment of businesses in projects because of their political affiliation. It should be noted that this affects the entire province. The committee further noted with concern that in its presentation, the department could not specify issues related to budget. This was vital since it could give a clear understanding of the department's performance in terms of township economic revitalization, current performance, and the medium-term expenditure framework estimated budget. The issue of partnerships with the department when planning for projects that would be implemented in communities, specifically during the tendering stage, was raised harshly by the stakeholders, indicating that the department and the main contractors decides on who to be given businesses in their areas. while they are there to assist because they know their communities better than the main contractors and the department. In this regard, the Portfolio Committee will continue to monitor the progress of the department and will also conduct the feedback sessions with communities for the department to respond to the issues raised during the sessions. And we are moving swiftly to Portfolio Committee concerns. The committee was concerned that the department was constantly failing to achieve targets related to TER, that designated councillors were biased when it comes to involvement in terms of offering business opportunities in townships, that there was poor communication in terms of communicating on youth involvement on township economic revitalization program by the department, that the department presentation only focused on the construction contractors, while on the other hand, there are people in townships who are manufacturers, that project stoppages, challenges in townships have been in existence for the longest period, even prior COVID, and the department is still reporting on the same challenge even in the current year. The Portfolio Committee recommends the following and requests the department to report by Friday, 7 January 2022, a system that will be implemented in ensuring that targets related to township economic revitalizations are addressed and have clear timeframes as to when the systems will be applied, detailed plans in ensuring that designated councillors in townships conduct their work in a manner that is transparent and fair in terms of offering business opportunities in townships without being biased, measures in place in ensuring that there's a proper communication strategy to communities in terms of communicating their involvement on projects to be implemented in the areas they reside in, detailed plan for assisting manufacturers in townships in terms of TER, measures in ensuring that project stoppages challenges in townships are kept. On behalf of the Chair, Honorable Modise, he would like to thank MEC Mutara, head of the department, and the entire executives in the department for their efforts. And the Chair also would like to appreciate the diligent deliberations of honorable members who serve in this Portfolio Committee, as well as thank the support staff of the legislature. In accordance with Rule 165, the Infrastructure Development and Property Management Portfolio Committee Chair, Honorable Modise, hereby recommends that the report on the Gauteng Department of Infrastructure Development Focus Intervention Study Report on 2021-2022 on revitalization of the township economy through infrastructure development be adopted. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much. Let me get any seconder to the report.
I second Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much. Those who are in favor of the report say yes.
Yes.
Yes. And those who are not in favor say no. The yes have it. Secretary, read the next order.
Finance Portfolio Committee's Focused Intervention Study Report on assessing the effectiveness of support to municipalities by the Gauteng Provincial Treasury.
I now call upon Honorable Chairperson, Member PC.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Committees. Chair, I'll zoom straight into the executive summary as well as the concerns and recommendations, and take other areas as read, Chair. Chairperson, the Gauteng Provincial Treasury plays an important role in supporting the municipalities through the Municipal Financial Governance Program. GPT seeks to support delegated municipalities with the implementation of the Municipal Financial Management Act. The GPT further seeks to coordinate the provision of capacity building to ensure effective and efficient management in municipalities. Previously, a focused intervention study was conducted to establish the effectiveness of the supporting role played by the GPT in the local municipalities. The municipalities upon which research was conducted, including Mfuleni, a local municipality, Western Area local municipality, Randfontein local municipality, and Lesedi municipality. This FIS is a continuation of the study done previously to establish whether there was progress following the initial study. Upon studying the 2019-20 financial year audit outcomes, it has transpired that the Auditor General was not able to conclude the audit for 2019-20 on Mfuleni local municipality. Challenges within the Randfontein local municipality and the Western Area local municipality resulted in the amalgamation of the two municipalities into Rand West City local municipality. In addition, Auditor General raised several concerns on its findings. It transpired that only 27 municipalities achieved clean audit nationally, regressing from 33 previously. The flouting of the regulations such as supply chain management regulations continues unabated, resulting in an increase in an unauthorized, irregular, and wasteful expenditure. Furthermore, the Auditor General indicated that the Rand West City local municipality, Sidibeng District, and the Rand West District indicated in that they might not have enough revenue to cover the expenditure and that they owe more money than what they have in their coffers. The Finance Portfolio Committee conducts its activities as prescribed by the Sector Oversight Model, which is a premise on the prescripts of the Performance Management Act and the methodology that seeks to assess the following: the efficacy of the public service program, the appropriateness of financial resource allocation and management, and the relationship between these key elements, in particular, whether priorities, inputs, or outputs of the departmental programs are achieved as a desirable balance with the outcomes they produced. The methodology applies various toolkits in the assessment of the performance, such as the focus intervention study, which utilizes by the committee by identifying the key issues, which requires an in-depth critical analysis. For the purpose of this FIS chair, the portfolio committee selected 6 local municipalities, that is Lesedi, Midval local municipality, Mfuleni, Mogale City local municipality, Rand West local municipality, and Merafong local municipality. This FIS will invariably analyze the performance of GPT support in terms of the outcomes, that is the impact, that is the impact different support interventions which have on the financial performance of the municipalities. Through data gathering process with delegated municipalities, the portfolio committee was able to analyze the effectiveness of GPT's support to the municipality through, among others, Chair, the assessment of the following: to assess the progress made in reducing government as debt owed by municipality, to evaluate how the department support municipalities in financial management, assess the level of adherence to supply chain management regulations and consequence management, audit outcomes, for example, achievement of clean audit outcomes, revenue enhancement strategy, credibility of budget, and the strategies to address unauthorized, irregular, and wasteful expenditure. Furthermore, the data gathering process assisted the portfolio committee in recommending to the GPT on issues that needs to be addressed to ensure that municipalities are provided with requisite support to which their constitutional mandate through the support of planning and budgeting processes, revenue generation and collection, and administrative and financial management capabilities. On our concerns, Chair, the committee is concerned about the following: that a number of delegated municipalities which do not comply with the MFMA provision and supply chain regulations, that GPT does not assist with the monitoring of the implementation of the Auditor General's audit recommendations by delegated municipalities. 3, the quality of support provided to municipalities in view of the dismal performance of municipalities regarding the credibility of their budget. On our recommendations, Chair, we are requesting the response by the 10th of January 2022. The following should be responded to as a part of our recommendation: that GPT provide a report highlighting what hinders municipalities from complying with the MFA and the supply chain management regulations. 2, the GPT should submit a revised APP, including the monitoring of the implementation of the Auditor General's audit recommendations by delegated municipalities if clean audits are to be realized. And lastly, the GPT should provide a report highlighting the impediments regarding the realization of funded budgets in view of its intervention not yielding the desired results. On acknowledgements, Chair, the Portfolio Committee extends gratitude to the honorable members, to the honorable MEC and Komorale Hoko and the head of department, Ms. Mnyani, and all the officials of the GPT for their consideration during this FIS process. Gratitude is also extended to the local and district municipalities for their participation in the FIS processes. In appreciation for diligence and dedication and commitment shown during this deliberation on the FIS process goes to all members of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Malema, Honorable Paladi de Hamela, Honorable Macheke, Honorable Dr. Bandile Masuku, Honorable Moriarty, Honorable Randall, Honorable Mazui, and Honorable Mukwebo. The committee's gratitude is also extended to the following support staff: Mr. T. Skosane, Mr. J. Nzane, Mr. Mabuza, Mr. Tsetla, Ms. Chilwane, Mr. Nsibande, Mr. Dikola, Ms. Dibier, Mr. Mabuza, Ms. Msimanga, Ms. Ntene, and Ms. Singh. On adoption, Chair, after due consideration, the Finance Portfolio Committee unanimously adopted the FIS report titled the Assessing the Effectiveness of Support to Municipalities by the Gauteng Provincial Treasurer. In accordance with Rule 169, the Finance Portfolio Committee present to the House the focused intervention study for the House in the province for the adoption, and taking into account the observation and the recommendation made in this report. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Let me get a seconder to the report.
Member Malema, I second.
Thank you very much. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you. And all those
Yes,
who are not
yes, yes.
Okay, the yes have it. Secretary, the next order.
Finance Portfolio Committee's report on Workers Sector Parliament.
Yeah, I must indicate that this is the first report ever that has been presented in this House on sector parliament. I hope others will be following suit. Honorable Mpisi, present the report.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson of Committees. Indeed, our committee is very focused, hence we are presenting this report as the first committee to present this particular report of a sector parliament. Chair, I won't read the entire report, it's quite long, but I'll take the introduction and some of the executive summary matters. and then go straight to the recommendations. Thank you, Chair. The legislature, through sector parliament, involve various sectors of society in matters of governance in the province. It is pivotal importance that the GPL engages sectors of the society to ensure that the notion of a people's parliament does not ring hollow and in keeping with the prescript of our Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, which mandates legislature to conduct their business in an open and transparent manner. The Workers' Parliament is one of the sectors' parliament initiated by the legislature to give workers a platform to discuss and debate issues that affect them as a sector. The role played by the labor movement in the liberation of South Africa and in advancing the socio-economic issues that confront the working class and the poorest of the poor in general cannot go unnoticed. As the Gauteng Provincial Legislature hosted the Workers' Sector Parliament, it is important, therefore, Chair, to note that this sector parliament was convened during the time when the country and the world at large is faced with the COVID-19 pandemic. The impact of the pandemic has exacerbated the already inherent challenges within the labor market to the extent that threatens to deepen structural unemployment as employers tend towards technology as a substitute to the workers. The labor unions therefore have a role to play in ensuring that the rights of workers are protected amid the pandemic. While the impact of the pandemic has been felt by all, the hardest hit are the most vulnerable groups such as women and youth, as well as the informal sector. Recent studies have shown that frontline workers and particularly women are disproportionately affected by the pandemic, and the pandemic has amplified gender inequalities both at home and in the workplace. To cushion the impact of the pandemic, the South African government introduced stimulus packages such as economic relief measures aimed at supporting the business and creating employment and to protect incomes and jobs in our country. However, it is not clear whether the stimulus package has done enough to effectively assist in protecting and creating employment. Moreover, there is a view that government stimulus package focuses more on the formal sector. In addition, it is held that there's a view that the formal and informal sector are two separate market participants in this particular economy, and has led to the ineffective policy to support and develop the informal economy. The Workers' Sector Parliament sought to bring to the fore how the pandemic changed the world of work through ICT and its impact on workers, and the cost of data and its impact on the world of work. Connected to this, the Sector Parliament will also explore the role of trade unions in supporting the workers, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. And particular focus will be placed on the implementation of Minimum Wage Act 9 of 2018. Furthermore, Chair, literature shows that women are disproportionately affected by the pandemic more than men in the workplace. It is against this backdrop that the Sector Parliament will also discuss measures to avoid the negative effects of the pandemic on women. Finally, Chair, the Sector Parliament will explore various measures that government can employ to cushion business and workers against the effect of the pandemic by, among others, supporting and protecting the informal sector and the impact of the stimulus package on the protection and the creation of employment and addressing the youth unemployment in our country. Our recommendations, Chair, in view of the in view of the foregoing commissions, apart from the second commission, the 2021 Workers' Sector Parliament made the following resolutions to be responded to by the 31st of January 2022. One, that the government should open training centers for reskilling the workforce, especially on the technical skills. That government should drive the fourth industrial revolution adoption for all the workforce in this country and in particular our province in order to revive the economic activities. The Commission calls for the policy inclusion on education, that government should regulate the price of data to ensure that it is affordable to allow the working from home being possible. That there should be a collaboration between government, business sector, and labor. That government should support sectors that show potential, particularly amid the pandemic. The sectors such as the transport, food industry, information technology, and telecommunication. Government should come up with policies to strictly regulate and to monitor the distribution of the relief packages. That there should be an investigation into how funds were distributed and how to recover monies lost and to redistribute the money to the rightful beneficiaries. That government should provide youth with adequate skills to ensure employability. Government should cultivate entrepreneurs to alleviate youth unemployment. Government should create forums for youth in Daba. That the MEC for Finance should facilitate the responses from the Executive Council on all the above issues that were raised as their representative in the sector parliament. On acknowledgement, we want to acknowledge the MEC and Gomora Lehoko, the leader of government and leader of government business, Honorable Andre Lisufi, is highly appreciated by the Portfolio Committee. The leadership of the Deputy Chairperson of Committees, Honorable Mpapa Kanyani, in ensuring that the successful hosting of the sector parliament does actually go ahead. In appreciation for diligent dedication and commitment shown during the consideration of the Workers' Sector Parliament goes to all the members of the Portfolio Committee, as I've indicated earlier. The committee's gratitude is extended to all the support staff for their hard work and support during the process. The committee further extends the gratitude to the trade unions, federations that participated in the sector parliament, namely COSATU, SAFTU, FEDUSA, CONSAU, and NACTU. And lastly, the GPL support team that organized and facilitated the sector parliament. We therefore request this House, after an extensive deliberation, that the Portfolio Committee unanimously adopted the report on Workers' Sector Parliament. In terms of Rule 117, Section 2, subsection C, read with Rule 164, the Finance Portfolio Committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption of the Workers' Sector Parliament's recommendation. Thank you very much, Chairperson. You can say so.
Thank you very much. Do we have any seconder to the report?
Seconded, Chair.
Thank you very much. All those who are in favor of this report say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Thank you. And those who are not in favor say no. The yes have it. Secretary, read the next order.
Sports, Recreation, Arts and Culture Portfolio Committee's focused intervention study report on the investigation into the role of Gauteng Sports Confederation on sports development at grassroots level and the impact thereof.
I'm going to call upon Honorable Macheke, or if he's not in the platform, anyone who will be presenting that report.
I'm here, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member Macheke, present the report.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I hereby, on behalf of the Portfolio Committee, tables the Portfolio Committee Focused Intervention Study Report on the role of Gauteng Sports Confederation on sports development at grassroots level and the impact thereof as follows. Deputy Chair of Chairs, may I request the part of the report that I'm not going to be reading be considered as read by the visual sitting. I'm going to focus on conclusion, concerns, recommendations, acknowledgement, as well as adoption. In terms of the conclusion of the report, the committee concluded that the support provided by the department to the Gauteng Sports Confederation is not sufficient, which contributes to poor service delivery on the ground, which has an impact on the achievement of the desired outcomes. The committee noted that the Gauteng Sports Confederation can source funding from other funders, but it relies mostly on the financial support provided by the department, which is very insufficient. Furthermore, the committee is of the view that the financial support provided is only sufficient for the maintenance of the sport house rather than the support and implementation of services in regions and local levels. This therefore leads to poor visibility of the Gauteng Sports Council to communities and the impact thereof. The committee noted the poor linkage of municipal programs to the National Sports Recreation Plan and the Provincial Sports Plan, which then translate to municipal departments' lack of buy-in and partnerships with the Gauteng Sports Confederation programs and the capacitation of regional and sports confederation members. On committee concerns, the committee is concerned with the following. The support provided by the department to the Gauteng Sports Confederation is insufficient. 2, the decline in financial support to the Gauteng Sports Confederation and the impact that has on program implementation. 3, the lack of intergovernmental relation between municipalities and the Gauteng Sports Confederation compromising sports development at the grassroots level. 4, poor coordination of activities aimed at promoting sports activities in the province. We are therefore recommending the following, Deputy Chief of Chairs, that the department should conduct a program needs analysis for the Gauteng Sports Confederation and review its funding model for it to be in line with the report findings. A report should be sent by the 28th of February 2022. Number 2, improve intergovernmental relations with municipalities leading to the provision of sports programs in communities and access to facilities by the sports confederations. A status report should be sent to the committee by the 28th of February 2022. Number 3, provide a plan on the holistic coordination of activities aimed at promoting sports activities in the province. A status report should be sent to the committee by the 28th of February 2022. And lastly, on recommendation, develop a plan to ensure that the synergy and role and responsibilities clarification between Sports Confederation and the municipalities. A status report should be sent by the 28th of February 2022. On acknowledgement, as the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, I would like to acknowledge the MEC and the HOD as well as all senior management of the department for their participation during the FIS process. My appreciation also goes to all the committee members as well as the staff of the committee. On adoption, in accordance with Rule 117, subsection Rule 2C, right together with Rule 165, the Portfolio Committee on Sports and Recreation and Arts and Culture recommends that the focus intervention study emanating from the annual report of the department for 2020-2021 financial year on the role of the Gauteng Sports Confederation on sports development at grassroots level and the impact thereof be adopted by the House, considering committee concerns and proposed recommendations made in this report. I thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much. Do we have any seconder to the report?
I second.
Thank you very much. I'm now going to put a question. All those who are in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, chapters.
Thank you very much. And those who are not in favor, say no.
Just checking on my order. It's regarding.
Yeah. Those who are not in favor say no. The yes have it. This concludes the business of the day. And the next sitting will be on a Tuesday, the 30th November, 2021. I thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Shop Chairs. Bye.
Bye-bye.
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 Bye-bye.